I don't know if it's morning where y'all are at, but
Well, there we go. We are live. Hello, welcome everybody that's joining us. We've got the Third Eye Edifice. We've got Mexico in the chat, chatting away. Welcome
yeah,
to you guys. We've got four of us on the table to start. We're going to have some people joining us as we go along. Moonfeather will pop in later. Ronan's going to pop in as and when he can. Gabriel will pop in if he can, when he can. He's with his daughter, so he's over the moon. And yeah, welcome to everybody. Welcome to the people who are on the table with me now, our experts. We're going to start in the order that they got you from the top. And I'm obviously the Bush Whisperer. I don't know if you watch my channel, but I just do simple wisdom. We've got Indy Sage here, who's a shadow worker. He works with people to uncover their subconscious currents, the subconscious traits, the subconscious habits and forces in order to enable the deep currents of healing to be able to find a balance and harmony within, with that which is repressed, with that which is expressed, with that which is brought into the synergy of being, as in doing the deep shadow work. We've got Quinty. Quinty's a sage and a philosopher in his own right. He's a Christian mystic with leanings towards the ancient Chemian cosmology and philosophy and systems of occult therapeutics and hermetics, and obviously grounded in the Sanskrit. So he's quite a little bit of a all over the shop. We've got Petra here. Petra is a wonderful philosophical thinker. She's a very experienced, hands-on with bringing babies into the world, which is probably one of the most spiritually inclined things that one can do, because what's more spiritually switched on than birth? And she's also philosophically schooled in various different ideas, cosmologies. She's lived a very exciting, interesting life. She's a mum, which is quite a thing to be. She's got kids. She's studying. She's a student. She also does, I believe, she's moving towards her own channels and her podcasts, which I actually haven't had the time to really investigate yet, because I haven't turned on my I haven't turned on my podcasting. For some reason, my account wasn't paid, and I got to figure out which credit card I used last time and why it wasn't. And I've sort of stopped a lot of my things because I was so busy. I didn't have time to listen to much. I'm also a father, and so yeah, we've got this crew assembled. We've got the wonderful Petra, we've got the awesome Quinty, and we've got the lovely Indy Sage. And I'd love to give you guys a chance to introduce yourselves. And just before we do, Kalil has joined the show. We've got Kalil, Dr. K. Dr. K is also a decoder of note. He's got the Keanu School, which is a school of mystery. He's decoding numbers, decoding the occult, decoding many of the Hollywood symbolisms and the symbolisms of animation, as well as the manga, as well as the comic strips, which are so profoundly provocative in the symbolisms and the mythologies. He's a wonderful thinker, as are all of the people on our group. What an amazing group I've managed to gather here. We've got a few more people going to join us as we go through the day. And so much love to you all. Welcome. Do please introduce yourselves from the top, moving along. Across the screen is the easiest way. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti. Yeah, thank you for the lovely introduction, Franklin. And as Franklin mentioned, I do work as a shadow work therapist, and in the process of helping people come into the full light of integration with the shadow or lost aspects of self, through opening up, the shadow, and the process can be difficult and lengthy. A lot of it is a process of self-mastery, where I can only lead one to the door, and people will do this for themselves. Oftentimes you can find where that inner turmoil is and alleviate self-blame and find self-forgiveness and ultimately self-love by asking themselves these three questions. What upsets me? more than others or most people, particularly. Why does that upset me in particular? And where did that come from and when did that begin? So that third question was kind of a twofold question, but ultimately, what is the origin of that upset? And so once you can get back there, oftentimes you'll think that it was, it was back in grade school or it was back in high school or something, and it can go back further than that, back into childhood, oftentimes coming from programming before age 7, even or around that time, and it's a powerful process. We all carry some suppressed inner turmoil or emotional wounds or trauma with us, and oftentimes it's easier for us to stay in denial with the blame and shame game. We project our hurt, our inner turmoil onto others, and it's easier for us to say those people are all the problem. I didn't do anything wrong. Maybe because they're doing something that resonates with you is wrong, because you might blame yourself for it, and you can point fingers instead of working on yourself. And so it's not a responsibility to change others out in the world. All we can do is change ourselves. And so I can help people with that in the process of shadow work therapy. And that's just a little bit about what I do. And so it'll be interesting to talk about life's rituals, the roles we play, the nature of ritual, and how this shapes us in society as we work on ourselves and we deal with the interesting ways of our society to fit in and get along. So thank you guys, and I think we'd love to hear from Quinty next, the order that we came in and down the screen, or I don't know, passing the mic.
Jump on whoever's ready to introduce themselves.
Yeah, I'll go. I'm not sure who's next, but I'll go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, brother, for always having such a wonderful space here and for always having such beautiful introductions. I really appreciate your kind words always. And Indy, I love hearing all of that. Really resonates with me so deeply. I'm a huge advocate for shadow work. It's a big part of what I do actually as a birth worker through walking with women during their pregnancies is shadow work. It's invaluable during that time in a woman's life. So thank you. Kudos to you. Thank you for doing that work. It's not easy, but it's so worth it. And so in our benefit, understanding ourselves and those origins. And so thank you so much. Yeah, I am Petra. I'm a birth worker. I'm a doula, a student midwife, and I am very much still a student midwife, I'll say. Just getting started with that, but I'm a former nurse also. I left the medical field a little over a year now for good, although it was a long process of really feeling detached within that system and unaligned with what I did for a long time. And so I finally got to the point right before the birth of my youngest child where I was ready to really completely disconnect from that world. And I have not looked back since, I'm happy to say. And yeah, what I do involves exactly that, a little bit of shadow work, a little bit of understanding your light, your shadows, and working with both. Really getting to the understanding of your fear and what exactly is holding you back, those origins, and how to work through that through pregnancy. I also work with women through loss, and that's a big theme that comes up oftentimes, especially in the season that we just entered, in the season of winter. So it's unsurprising that is a theme that's coming up now for me. But yeah, I am just so happy to be here and share the space with you all. Kalel, it's always wonderful to share the space with you and learn from you. I appreciate you so much. And Quinty, also, it's always lovely to see you. And I don't know who is next. I think Quinty is next if you're ready to take the mic over.
Okay, thank you, Petra. I'm nothing special. I'm just at a young age, I always wanted to know what myth meant, why those stories exist, and what they do to the people who, you know, um, live around them and share them and incorporate them in the culture. And so I took a big interest at a young age, and now I just try and incorporate that and share the information I learned, the symbolism and the syncretism and all that stuff with myself and my family and other people. That's pretty much it.
That's a lot.
And Dr. K, I hope you can hear us all good. Welcome to all of you. And Dr. K, you haven't done your introduction. Quite a lot to introduce.
Well, thank you, Franklin, for cultivating this beautiful garden, this wonderful energetic space. It is wonderful to see you again, brother. I'm happy to see your smiling face. I want to say thank you to Petri. Thank you for your wonderful words, and I'm going to kind of just flow around the table here for a second, if that's all right. I love living in this synchronicity. I want to give a special shout out to my favorite mother, Moonfeather, my bestie, who is taking some time out to enjoy her children today, which I think is like the greatest thing in the world. But I'm looking at the image that she created, which is this round table. For anybody who doesn't know, Moonfeather created this. This is just a wonderful hobby she has. But as I look at it, and I'm listening to all of you, I'm hearing Indy Sage talk about how he's a shadow work, coach, and I can't stress to you how powerful and important that is. I'm going to be dealing with Indy and sending some things your way because decoding the shadow is one thing. Working through it is something else. And I hear Petrie talk about how she's a shadow worker on the other side, right? Because you have to be able to usher somebody through their trauma into this realm, right? And Quinty, I want to correct you with the most love of my heart, brother. You are very special. You are very, very special. You remind me a great deal of myself when I was younger. And I love the fact that you are open to share because there's nothing greater. The world teaches you that weird is weird and there's something wrong with it. Do we properly know the definition of weird? Right? I wanna point people to Frank Herbert, who wrote the Dune series, and look at Paul Muad'Dib, Paul Atreides, who took over Arrakis, which was Dune, and he turned into the cult leader, we could say, the Krizak Haderach, right? Which is someone with the gift of foresight, right? You have to be open. The fact that you're here and sharing, oh, you're extremely special, brother. Extremely special. I'm thankful to be here. I look at this table and I see a giant tree stump that has been cut down, and I see all these different swords as different energetic frequencies from different cultures all around the world that come with one unified goal to share and to teach and to show that the more different you think we are, the less sharp you actually are.
Well, thank you for that, brother. And once again, a wisdom drop. Beautifully said, beautifully shared. And I love what you said about everybody. I think personally, this is a big learning curve for me too, because I find that I get to observe myself vomiting sometimes. What I think I know, the things I know, and how impermanent knowledge is, or the perception of knowledge, the perception of what we can hold as a crystallized, a knowledge crystal, seems to be a very impermanent concept, where knowledge is like a gem that's in formation. But the moment it's become the knowledge gem, it seems like it's so for me, this is as much a learning curve as anything else. And I find that it's wonderful. We have such a wonderful crowd that comes to join us here in the chat as well. Very inspired, very deep thinkers. So we've been very lucky in what we've been attracting. And without further ado, I hope you can all hear my voice okay. It hasn't changed, has it? Is it good? Is it clear? It's not too loud or too soft or feedback?
You sound good.
Excellent. Thank you. So I'd like to first start with a disclaimer. The Mercury retrograde disclaimer. I just kicked over my charcoal with all my frankincense and my myrrh, and everything that can go wrong with regards to organization seems to be going wrong for me. So if I put both feet in my mouth, please do forgive me. I'm only a human that is prone to make mistakes, and today is the day for making mistakes. My Mercury is quite prominent in my chart, even though it's not specified, but my Sun and my Mercury are in such close proximity that they are as close conjunction as they can be in the center of Leo, in my midhaven. So Mercury holds a special place for me, and when Mercury is out of whack, I tend to find I feel it. I really feel like I've been beaten around in the wind, but I do enjoy the wind. I live in the Windy City. So yeah, there's my disclaimer. Now, so where do we start? Life's rituals, the rituals of life, and the roles that we play through life's rituals. And life has a series of rituals that she throws at us. She starts us off as childhood with the ritual of invalidity, where we can't do anything for ourselves. We can't even get up. We can't even lift our heads when we're young. We can't even look left or right. I remember being laying on the bed after a little while after I came home, and I couldn't even turn my head. I was struggling to turn my head because the head was so heavy. And then at later stages, I was able to sort of roll over, and it was like, wow, I can roll over kind of a feeling. And obviously our bums get wiped. Our food comes from mommy's teats. Without mommy, we'd pretty much be back where we started. And as we grow up, we move to the next ritual, the ritual of conditioning, of learning the correct etiquettes, right? How to behave, how not to behave, what's the right thing to do? Is it okay to hurt the animal? Is it okay to do this? When to eat, what to eat, how to, basically navigate what's safe, what's not safe. Oh, that's going to burn. Conditioning, learn quickly. That burns. Don't put your hand on the fire thing. And then we get to the next stage. And during that stage, we got to play the part of the humble absorber. And then we go through our childhood where we're the student, we're learning, and we have to play this role. And then life has put us into the ritual of learning, of studying. And as we grow up, we move to the next ritual, the ritual of adolescence, which is the ritual of discovering ourselves socially and how we are perceived on the outside and how we feel about that. And then we become the performer, where we start to act out. We learn to develop our passion body, and our persona starts to take form. And then we can become the little actors and actresses in our little plays of life. And then we become adults, young adults. And then we have the role of finding our path through life, university, studies, choosing a career. These all become powerful focus points. And then we're of age. We're now ready to start thinking about the other sex. So we become the focus towards family and partnerships and maybe children we start to get these ideas in our heads. What we're going to do? We've got a basic career. We're studying, and maybe we've just studied our career. We're young adults. Next thing, we fall in love, babies, making a home together, living in close connection with another human being. How do we relate to the opposite sex? How do we relate to each other? How do we relate to ourselves in a situation? We have to play these roles, and the roles given to us is the role of the lover, the role of the partner. And then we become parents, and that's, wow, ding, that's the big one. Then we've got to play the role of the sustainer, the role of the protector, the role of many roles fit into the parental picture. And obviously, being a parent, the conditioning that's given to us is very powerful. It's a powerful opening. We have to face our shadows, because facing our fears, facing the fears that we have about these children. And so the next ritual is the ritual of parenting. And we get to the point where we go through these rituals, and within this ritual there's a series of rituals and a series of roles that we've got to learn to play. At some point we've got to become the discipliner. At some point we have to become the listener. And when we get to this point of letting go of our children, we've got to become the observer, watching them go off and make their own mistakes, and giving them the chance to make their mistakes and to grow up and to become young adults of their own. And then we have to start letting go. Then we become the distant. Then we become the distant, observing from afar how our children are starting to become parents and adults in themselves. And the role is given to us. So we have to play the role of the patient, the role of the acceptor. And after this, we have to play the role of the wise old owl. We then become the elders in the society, the elders in our worlds that we live in. And then we have to be able to dispense advice and be there for the younger generation in order to help steer them, when they're open to it, towards gaining the wisdom that we've hopefully gained throughout all of the different rituals that have brought us to this point. And after that, we start to become, once again, decrepit, like we were as babies. We start to lose our faculties. We start to need bums wiped or what have you as we get older. And we have to learn to let go and truly become once again as a child. And so these rituals seem to form a perfect circle. And to me, they form a perfect circle as per the zodiac around us. And this turning wheel of life holds all of these different lessons carefully structured within the zodiac, so that we can sort of get a real focus on us. And obviously within this, there's different aspects of our shadow to be observed. So there's 12 different aspects of our shadow that we have to observe in this process. And each aspect of that shadow is a valid part that we need to overcome, as well as valid strengths that we're going to gain throughout the process in order to prepare us for being able to let go of the physical flesh and the fear of death, which becomes the fundamental final frontier that we cross if we live a good life, if we live in rapport with the laws of nature. And obviously, this is something which is a challenge for all of us. But I've said enough. I'm going to open the stage to whoever wants to kick the ball out there, whichever angles you guys want to go with. Please let me step back.
I'll say a few things about ritual. I think that one of the things that I came to understand a little while ago, and that I see other birth workers particularly not really understanding, is that ritual and ceremony are not the same thing. And while ceremony plays a big part in many rituals, of course, especially culturally, ritual is not ceremony. Ritual has its own purpose. Ritual is actually a tool in which a culture instills, passes down, and solidifies cultural beliefs, ideas into an individual through rites of passage. So birth is absolutely no exception to this. And while there's many kinds of ritual, seasonal ritual, daily ritual, makeup came up in our discussion throughout the week. What is that doing? What are you doing when you wake up and say, I have to put my makeup on before I leave the house and go to work? You are allowing our culture to imprint this belief into your own concept of what beauty is. You are taking on the cultural belief that you cannot leave the house, that you have to appear a certain way in a certain way to society in order to be accepted. And as far as birth goes, though, birth is your first ritual that you take part in coming into this world. And the setting in which you are born plays a tremendous role in this ritual. And you can think about if you are, if a woman is giving birth, I'd say a home birth, with a midwife, a home midwife, not, and there are plenty of midwives out there that are very medicalized, but for this example, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm specifically talking about a woman working in the wise woman model of care, in the traditional birth attendant role. What are they instilling in this woman? What beliefs are being instilled? Contrary to the hospital setting, where this very heavily medicalized system of care, model of care that relies on technology so heavily, what beliefs are being imprinted and solidified to this woman? Is it that her body is capable? Is it that she has the power to bring life? Or is it that you need these doctors, you need these tools, you need this technology, you are incapable, your body is a machine, and the doctor is a mechanic? It's really interesting to look at all of these, and this is just the start. This is just the start of your life here. Ritual plays a part throughout your entire life, just as you said. Now you come to school age and you're learning the lessons of morality. The way your parents discipline you is ritual. The way in which you learn these lessons is ritual. It is passed down from your generations of your family within your bloodline, how they taught their children, and so on and so forth. It plays an extensive role in your life. And so going back to shadow work and finding the origins, looking at how you were born, where you were born, can play a tremendous role in your shadow work. So I think that it all ties together. And that's what I have to share for now. Also, my disclaimer is that I won't be able to stay for too long. So when the time comes, I will just quietly disappear into the unknown as to not disrupt or interrupt anybody who's speaking.
Thank you, Petra. And I loved, Petra, what you were just saying about the way in which ceremony and ritual are not the same. I think that's something we're really going to probably get into deep. I saw Khalil's mic flashing, so let me step out of the way.
When you took the words out of my mouth, Franklin, thank you, Patrice, for what you just said, because when you realize that birth is your first ritual here, because everything that you do is a ritual here. The word ritual is synonymous with stereotype. I want you to think about that, right? So when we reinforce stereotypes and we have these caricatures of ourselves throughout the media and throughout the world for whatever reason, that's also a ritual, right? So when you begin to look at your life, you can see certain things from your birth. I look at how I was born. Tomorrow's my birthday, interestingly enough, right? While we're talking about this, because I wasn't going to really just, it's 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 a holiday, so it's awkward, right? I promise you, being born on Christmas Eve is not what you might think it would be, right? It doesn't look how you think it's going to look. I was born through cesarean section through a mother who had said to herself and the world, he comes when he comes, because I was supposed to be born Black Friday of 1980, right? The day after Thanksgiving. I didn't come out until Christmas Eve. That's an extra month, right? Well, anyone who dies when your spirit transition, it takes about, some systems will tell you 28 days, like the moon. Some will tell you 70 to make the full transition, to go back and forth, to be reborn, if that's what you're going to do. But you're talking about the span of seconds. So what do? Well, what happens in a Mobius strip? What happens when you actually lap yourself in spirit? Because in the spirit, there is no time. Time only exists here in this realm. So now you can literally set your life up. And this is ultimately what we talk about when we talk about who altered your life. So I can see my birth, and I know some interesting research about slavery. So lynching was always very interesting to me, right? But I never lived in those times. So I wrapped the umbilical cord around my own neck twice in birth, right? To the point to where when the doctor cut me out, the doctor held me up, held me by my ankle, and smacked me on the butt 4 times. My grandfather was watching. He was about to kill him if he touched me again because I refused to cry. That's a very specific way to set up your life. It took me a long time to understand what I was trying to tell myself, right? So when you look throughout your life, I mean, when you see what is ritualistic, what you pour your energy into, that's going to tell you something. The question is why. So are we doing our own rituals? Are we giving that power to somebody else? Because there's nobody else who could do your rituals for you. It's a matter of perspective. So this is what we talk about when we talk about calling our power back to ourselves.
That's such a beautiful thing to share, brother. About slapping, and I hadn't actually thought about that so deeply. My son, there was no slapping. He came out. There was no need for slapping. Why would we need slapping, really? I know what they say, why it's needed. I cut my son's umbilical cord myself because I wanted to be there with my globe shining, with my phone ready to recording the voice of what's going on. Like I was like collecting evidence. Like if there's going to be anything going down, I'm going to take action. I'm going to be able to substantiate my position in court, because South Africa, you're lawfully allowed to record any conversation you're a party to ever, and it's permissible in court. So in South Africa, we capitalize on that. But that's such an interesting point that you bring up, and I've not really considered it. And my son was also like you, a cesarean C-section. But please, I'd love to hear more of your wonderful opinions and ideas on this thought inspiring topic.
Well, this is why we have retrospect, right? This is why everything in hindsight is 2020. It's very, very easy to see. But we have to understand that if you can change the future, you can change the past. You can change the past. We're just talking about perspective. If you get bit by a dog, right, when you're a child, your mind will do certain things to protect you based on your personality manifestation at that point, right? So maybe it buries the memory. Maybe you don't remember getting bit by the dog, but now you have this fear of dogs anytime you see one, right? So you have to do the work to actually remember that, to understand, because you might actually like dogs. You know, why did you write that detail into yourself in that way? Why did you program your mind to react in that way? Because it's not external. We can say that it is, oh, well, my mother did this and my mother did that. It took a little bit too long for this and I wasn't held enough. All of that is a very real thing, but only you can determine that, because very often we don't. is looked upon as evil. You have to sit in your own waste. I have to cry for anything I want. That is a very real thought. Like the babies understand you completely. You can take a child and throw it in a swimming pool, and it will swim. It will hold its breath. It will swim. Nobody taught it to do that, but that's where it just came from, right? So we're talking about a natural instinct. It's not taught to cry out for sustenance. It knows it's hungry. Hence, its response. It's going to look a certain kind of way. Form denotes function. So we have to understand our own functions and programming and where that comes from, because it's a code that we write. We react to the energy.
Beautiful. I love that. I love the way this is sort of really coming full circle back to the birth, because and I'd love to hear what the rest of you have got to say about this. But I think like both Petra and Carlisle are really dropping the hammer on what is the fundamental ritual. Ritual is about being born again, in a sense, because in every new ritual you're reborn. And so it does relate to the whole birth process in its most fundamental forms. And it seems that like the word ritual, when we look at it, okay, so let's look at the words. Oh, Ronan's going to pop in as and when he can. Right. So to writ. Right. What is right and wrong? What is right and left? How is right and left equitable with right and wrong? The left path, as is mentioned in the occult, the right path, doing what is right, doing what is wrong, and writing. And to write down, I think ritual finds its origins in writing. And when would we first write? Think about it. A new birth would be the time that we write. We write down the date for this child's birth, right? So we don't forget it. It would have been an ancient thing. The masters would come out and start writing down numbers, writing down the picture of the stars, so that we know, because in ancient times astrology had a lot more meaning than what it has these days. So it does sort of start with the birth and the writing, and also sigils. I think sigils and ritual are an expression of each other, and sigil is probably a very powerful form of rituals, which we will get into at a later stage, the occult side of rituals. So the idea of writing is to fix the world. So a ritual is designed to fix something, or to, maybe it's the wrong word, but to make sure that we are following the right path, that we are on the right curve of space-time, of the heavens, that we are in the right rhythm. Solstice just passed. I hope you guys have all had an awesome solstice. Ronan, brother, I just mentioned you, and there you are. Speak of the devil, and he arrives. So much love to you, brother. You obviously heard the thought talking about words and Ronan. So Ronan's another awesome decoder. He'll be hopefully popping in if he can find the time. He's going to be dangling around until he can slide in from his rope, from his vantage in his special forces cabin. So yeah, the idea of writing, the idea of rituals, the idea of penmanship, the idea of the pen being more mighty than the sword, that the rituals are what bind us to society, that the rituals are what bind us to our community, that the rituals are what bind us to our parents and bind us to our knowledge and our paths and our wisdom and our experience. And yeah, I'd love to hear what else we have to consider, especially with regards to the shadow. How does the shadow fit into this writing, left, right, wrong paradigm?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the writing. That's really interesting take on a sacred rite, or the rites, or the rituals, and it's all definitely very connected. And I know when Thoth was said to have created writing in mathematics, and he brought his invention to Ptah, I believe it was Ptah at the time. And Ptah told him that this could be a great aid for humankind, but it can also be used for evil. So this can be very dangerous invention that you've created, and be very careful how it's implemented. And so, words are said to be used as spells. And so we can use this sacred rite as a way to do spells for good white magic, but maybe there's like a overarching archons creating this reality for us, and our languages being used as spells in ways that we don't really understand. But there's a really good lecture that I've seen online where it's talking about the premier life sentence, where words cast spells. And in each day, we take our daily ritual. We awake each morning and go off during the weekdays to earn a living in various undertakings until the weekend. And people think this is just a normal ritualistic schedule itinerary of our day in the week. But most people don't realize that, and she mentions that most people die between 6 and 9 on Monday mornings. But when we wake in the morning, awake is a funerary celebration for the dead. The morning is a state in which you are attend awake when you're mourning. And you would have to lie in a weekdays to end up having to earn and be in the urn, which is the vessel for the ashes of the dead. And we call the jobs undertakings, but job itself means persecuted in Hebrew. And at the end of this weak bargain in life is the weak end, in which we become progressively weakened ourselves. So the most prevalent greeting to each other is hello, the reverse of which is oh hell. And so that's one take on the spells and the writing and the words that we use in our daily week. And we live in a world, that's set up where the day begins in the darkest time of night, and the year begins in the darkest time of year. And we're in a society of organized religion that supposedly worships like sun god religion, but it's orchestrated by a secret society of Saturnalian cult worshippers that worship the dark black sun. So there's the things that we do and there's things that are over our heads. But what we can do in our lives is we can utilize the power of the words and the spells to balance out the darkness with the light in our lives. We can bring more light into our world. As we become more aware of this, we can become more aware of the power of the use of our words in our lives. And, we have sometimes these self-limiting beliefs. And so in order to, when we realize we have self-limiting beliefs, we can start to change our core beliefs and start to overcome these these things that hinder us, that we impose upon ourselves, from self-blame and self-judgment. Oftentimes, sometimes, people can be in states of self-loathing, but it can be in denial and then end up in a state of self-glorification, which is a masking of self-loathing. And in all of these states in which we become involved in the delusion of separation, where we think that we're better than everybody else, or we're not good enough. These states are just states from a delusion of separation, where if we really understood our true connections and we felt that we were lacking, that we were in need of gaining more substance or wisdom, we would understand that there's places to go to gain that. to get the advice or the wisdom or the knowledge that we seek. And it's not a matter of sitting and stewing about it and having a conniption fit, but going out into the world and connecting into the place where that can be obtained. But finding motivation sometimes can be very difficult for us. And I know some people, many people will be fitting into either being an extrovert or introvert. And amongst the introverts, it's kind of hard sometimes to go out and reach out for help and talk to strangers. So that can be difficult. The internet has been helpful, but the devices that we use now are trapping us a lot of times and keeping us away from others, even when we're right there with them in the room. So if we can be more aware of our ritualistic behaviors and implement more ceremonialistic things into our lives, I think things can start to turn for the better in our lives, and that can also shine out to others. You know, when others see something they like that others are doing well for themselves, they want to maybe bring that into their lives. And so the best way we can inspire others is by doing things for ourselves and showing them that it works in our lives oftentimes. And that's how shadow work works, as the core aspect of that, being just showing others how you might have gone through a really difficult process through the dark night of the soul, but you came out on top and you're like on a whole new level and a whole new playing field. So it's important to have that support network and those tools for being able to transmute that hurt that you have and what's been shied away from and pushed away, to welcoming that and giving that love and bringing that into your heart, and really like realizing that that thing that you had pushed away was just a part of yourself that had been lost and made you incomplete and splintered. And once that splinter has been retrieved and put back into its place and you have been restored, then that's when the magic happens. And it's really powerful, being able to have that inner peace and being able to understand when that inner turmoil arises again, that it can still be transmuted if it needs to be. So, and I try to wear onyx on my fingers sometimes. It really helps me to transmute negative energy. And I like to wear quartz sometimes. Help give me clarity. And it's also said that quartz actually is a medium for celestial energy, and will be able to radiate that energy back out onto the world around it. And I live out in the Smoky Mountains. I love that quartz picture. And the Smoky Mountains are some of the oldest, if not the oldest, temperate mountains in the world. And there's some really powerful quartz energy here. So I'm really blessed to be where I'm at.
We also have a tremendous amount of quartz in the earth where we are located, which speaks volumes as to why we were called here for at least this time. So I hear you. That's very powerful. What came up for me listening to what you were saying, Franklin, is when we think about the word ritual and rite and writing, kind of going back to what Kalel was saying about choosing, your soul choosing its path. So you are writing your own story. So when your soul is choosing to enter the world through these parents in this way, you are writing your own ritual. While you don't have obviously control over the choices that your mother makes or your father makes or anybody else, you, to a certain degree, you are choosing this. And so when we look at birth and we take this into consideration, that your soul is is writing its own story and writing its own ritual, what is the frequency in which you are being born? What is the frequency that is being propagated through this ritual? Because that is also going to be imprinted on you throughout your life. So going back to what Indy was saying about like giving out and having things come back to you, that also comes back to your birth. That is your most innate self. And so what are you taking on through this ritual that you are writing, that you are choosing to be a part of? And also, I was thinking about the importance of again what Indy was saying about transmuting these things that we that affect us like that, and through pregnancy, the importance of transmuting, doing this shadow work and transmuting our fear, particularly. How can we transmute our fear into courage? How can we transmute fear into something that will become empowerment through the decisions that we make? Because empowerment comes, again, I think I might have said this last week, through through our conscious decision making. And it is born when our intention is turned into action through these conscious decisions that we make. So, where is your frequency? What is your innate frequency? Where is your frequency now? What are you choosing to take on now and radiate into the world, in which you're going to obviously, of course, be receiving back to you? And what are your fears? You discover these things through shadow work, through learning about your own birth, through learning about the decisions that your mother made, and understanding all of these milestones, all of these traumas, acknowledging the fact that we write our own rituals, that we write the story of our own life, has helped me tremendously through my trauma in owning it in a way that you can try to run from your accountability, but it's always going to be there. And taking that on has helped me tremendously cope with my trauma and understand it in a new light. Why we choose these things, why our souls write these rituals and write these paths, is something that we can all come back to in our shadow work to determine. And those are all concepts that we can transmute into something better, into a higher frequency, in order to receive a higher frequency as well.
I think that's extremely powerful, what you just said, because if you, it ultimately always comes back to perspective. What is fear when you know you gave it to yourself, when you know it's a part of the script? And I don't wanna, I know, that's a very saturated concept, because to take that on for the person is one thing, right? That's a mountain in and of itself. But it's different when you love someone else. It's different when you have children of your own, because that fear is a very real thing. You want these people to live and to prosper and to grow and to experience. This is ultimately what we're here for, right? We're nurturing that aspect of ourselves. That's why we all teach, right? Like, and it's not that, like, there's a saying, not all superheroes wear capes, right? It's not that one is greater than the other, because that's what we're all doing. But to a large degree, we're ignorant of that. Now, when you think about the idea of a video game, what's better than that? How awesome do you really have to be in order to wipe your own memory and say, I got this, I'm just going to go off of instinct? Because in the physical, if you don't want to believe anything spiritual, that's what's going on here. Once you get into the spiritual side just a little bit, you can see your own penmanship. Spiritual penmanship is unmistakable. It is your own.
I love that penmanship. So we're coming sort of full circle here. We've been thrown into the deep end, and we're taking a little journey into the deep end, which is just absolutely awesome. Straight into the alchemy of being, straight into the transmutation, which is the key to the shadow work itself. So shadow work is obviously a big part of what we're discussing here. And I love the penman work. Pen. What is a pen? Well, a pen is something that you write with. But isn't it interesting that it's also where you keep an animal safe and regulated? So we create a pen for our animals. And so if you have wolves or foxes or whatever animals out there, you put your animals in a pen, it keeps them safe. And the idea of the pen that writes, the whole idea of writing to be in tune with what is correct, is to put us in the proverbial pen of correctness, of rightness. And so we write with our pen to put us in our pen of safety. And so there's a lot to do, I think, with safety when we look at what transmutation, because mutation is inevitable, right? Change is inevitable. It is the fundamental code of time. Time is change. It equates to change, and there is no way that we can hold back the proverbial transmutation of time. But as Petra and Kalal have both been sort of dropping in here, it's the choice. And as I think we're all basically speaking the same language from different perspectives, which is so beautiful, is that choice that we have to be able to direct the process of transmutation and to be able to have what has been written, the rights from our past. I think another part of this is as was mentioned very beautifully by, I can't remember who, but I think two people have at least mentioned it in some context, is how the past writes its rituals for us and we continue. So it's a very shamanic concept of maintaining the ancestral lineage, the ancestral spark that has defined us and our culture and our gathering of peoples and our community that has carried us forth. And so we carry the spark of our ancestors through the rituals that we use in order to honor their names. And I think once again, what Petra was talking about earlier is ceremony. So Sarah, ceremony. Interesting, huh? Boswellia serrata. That is the frankincense from India. India is a very ceremonial place. Don't we find that interesting? I mean, in India, everything is a ceremony, right? Moon Feather, welcome, my dear. Such a love to have you here. Rob, you've joined us. We've got the third eye, and we've got the crew, Petra. We've got everybody in here. Lovely to have you guys joining us. And absolutely, tradition is a solution to a problemed past. And it does make sense because life is about change. And so change means adaptation, means we're continually adapting to the transformative, transmutational shifts of reality. And so there is no way to move without this change. And we make mistakes through life and we learn. And our ancestors before our ancestors made mistakes and were forced to learn from their mistakes, from their ancestors. By the way, is my voice coming through crystal clear? Just in case it's changed its settings, I keep messing with my mic. Thank you, guys. So yeah, I think this ceremony is basically when we have discovered rituals or parts of rituals that really work well, we turn it ceremonial to me. And the ceremony is when like our ancestors have gone like, you know what, we did this, our ancestors did that, their ancestors did that, and we've noticed that it's just a hit-win situation. So it becomes a ceremonial expression in order to really bring that part of the ritual under the focus of the magnifying glass of perception and awareness, and to enact it in the most profound ways that is possible in order to produce the maximum productivity of transmutation towards the highest potential goals that the ceremonies and the rituals represent. And once again, they represent a kind of a rebirth. Rebirth, as Petra mentioned, the rite of passage. And I think this is something that we've lost in modern society. And I'd love for us to try and address this. How have we lost the sense of rites of passage? And I'll give you an example. I live in South Africa. You gotta love the African brothers and sisters. They do not mess around to this day, right? It is traditional for a Xhosa or a Zulu boy when he's 12, and the ladies have got their rituals too. Don't get me wrong. I'm just knowing this because I knew boys in school with me, and I was fascinated. So basically, age 12, 13, 14, around that age, they strip down naked. They tie a piece of cotton wool around their penis, cotton, and around their waist. What a bizarre concept. And they say, right, you go off into the wilderness. We don't want to know about you. We don't want to see you. You need nothing. You've got your cotton around your penis and your waist. You are good to go. Off you go, boy. And the boy has got to go off into the wilderness and figure his crap out, man. He's got to figure it out fast. He doesn't have a spear. He doesn't have anything to cook with. He's got to figure out like what he's going to do. He might get hungry. He's definitely going to get cold. He's definitely going to go through some kind of tribulations and fear and challenges. But I'll tell you, when that boy comes back from the wilderness some days later, he's ready to become a man. And I think we've lost this for our boys. I mean, like that's proper old school ceremonial rite of passage, which I think is powerful. Which is why you'll find a lot of the African people here in South Africa, they're very direct. They don't mince around. What they feel is what they feel. What they think is what they think. What they say is what they say. It's part of an African tradition here to speak loudly. And a lot of white people just don't get it. They go like, why are they speaking so loudly? They don't understand, because part of the African culture is that you got nothing to hide. When people are speaking in hushed tones because they have something to hide, normally this nefarious, very often could be. So in African culture, you exhibit, express, and there's no need for any, everything that you do and say is part of the community. And we've lost that, especially the Caucasian, whitish people and the European. I think we've lost our culture the most. And we all come from mixed cultures, Celtic cultures, northern reach of Europe cultures, or the cultures of the Saxons, or the cultures of the Jewish, or the cultures of the Muslim base. And obviously we don't realize that, there's a lot of mixture that comes into creating this Western culture, which I think of as homogenized culture, being put through a mincer and just produced into a single form of culture with no rite of passage to speak of, which I think is dangerous, because it causes our children to not know when they're adults. They don't go through this rebirth. And I'd love to put that out there for you all to let me know what you think. How do you feel about this? What have you observed?
I think that we do have our rites of passage in Western culture. They just look very differently, and they are meant to instill other types of ideas into us. When you look at a Sweet 16, it is all about money. It's all about receiving. It's not really about becoming an adult. It's really about having a party. It's really about spending money. It's really about material nonsense and consumerism. There's not a real message of becoming a new, like we were discussing before. The entire point of a rite of passage is rebirth. And so that is lost in the translation of this. It's all about having a party and showing your wealth, showing your status. So that, unfortunately, is what I've seen as a part of our culture. I just wanted to throw this out there. Also, what came up for me as far as ceremony, when you were speaking on ceremony, was the goddess Ceres, who is a mother goddess. As so, what part of this ceremony is represented through that? What part of the ceremony is being nurtured in the way, in that motherly way? So I really found that interesting. That's what came up for me, and I'd love to hear if that sparks anything with anybody else as well.
Yeah, I know you're talking about Cirrus, like the clouds, I guess, Cirrus, but it reminded me of Circe's. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the goddess Circe's, but I think she was the devourer of children, or
Did we lose our brother temporarily? Well, we'll continue along until he pops back in. Maybe his connection has just wobbled a little bit along the way. And I totally agree with you in what you say, Petra. It's totally on point. You know, it's not that we haven't got ceremonies, and thanks for the correction. I think you're right. It's that we've lost our ancestral roots of the ceremony, of the rituals, and they've been replaced by oh gosh, we're going to go into the tinfoil hat territory here, because this is tinfoil hat city that we're in, and we'll have to keep an eye for him when he pops back in. Tinfoil hat city, we're going to be going back into here, because this is really what is going on here. The rituals, how they can manipulate us, how we've been manipulated into this Masonic idea of promissory notes. And obviously the promissory notes were started before the Masons by the Templars. And the Templars used to keep the roads safe. And part of the service they offered was like, well, if you got gold, we'll move your gold for you. You can trust us because we're the Knights Templars. Our ethics is totally without question, which is an interesting point to consider. The basis of Masonic heritage was the ethics of the Masons, and the ethics of the Templars were never in question. And so that's where the promissory notes come from, that you could give your gold to a Templar and he'd give you a promissory note, and that promissory note, you'd get your gold back anywhere else in the known world, and they take their cut. And this has been replaced by banknotes. So we've learned to put this up on the high pedestal. And another part of the ritual that actually ties in very closely to what you have is, when I was in high school, we had to wear the noose around our neck as boys, right? That noose, that tie. And I think this is interesting because it brings us back to the whole lynching idea, which is very disturbing for me. I can't remember who it was telling me. Was it Dr. K? Was it Moonfeather? I think it was Moonfeather that was telling me this. It blew my mind that lynching is still a thing, that there are states in the US where lynching is still a thing, and if you've got too much melanin in your skin, you could get lynched in certain areas. That blew my mind. I was like, what? Like, are we still living in the 1600s or the 1700s that people could still do that? But apparently it is a thing and it does happen. And it was like, for me, it was like humbling, like, wow, I can't imagine people doing that. But this whole idea of wearing the tie, let me step back and let Indie Brother continue with his thought. I hope you can still continue with your train of thought, brother. You were in the middle of
Yeah,
saying
we lost
something and
power
you
over
dropped
here
off.
from the heavy wind for a minute. Sorry about that. We lost internet here for a moment. But I was talking about Circe, the goddess of, I believe, the Irish or Gaelic or Celtic culture. And she was a goddess that was said to have created a temple where worshippers would come and offer sacrifices, and she would devour the flesh of peoples. But supposedly that's where the word church comes from in the Christian worship centers. Somehow came about revolving around the ideas of Circe's. And some people have come in under the understanding that this is a very offbeat conspiracy, but there's thinking that with cancel culture and with the false history and the false timeline that we've been presented with, they're thinking that the true timeline lies in Judaism coming in, Christianity coming from the Celtic cultures of the Druid people becoming the Judaic people, and the other peoples becoming the Catholic people, from the wisdom of the Celtic cultures. It's interesting theory. Jordan Peterson took this approach and said that Judaism was made up recently, and he highlighted the fact that there's a lot of art on old synagogues where both Moses, who was depicted as having horns, and another figure interpreted as Jesus sometimes, having magic wands, which seems a bit off. But maybe it's just part of the culture of Judaism that's been lost, the use of the magic wand. But the fact that there's Hollywood, and the Druidic culture used Hollywood wands, seems a bit suspect. There's a lot of things that line up with the ideas that have been presented with this theory, but it's all very interesting. I think there's definitely something going on where throughout the medieval ages or the dark ages was a time when the people took the power back from the Roman Empire, and we had been all so destroyed by the Roman Empire as they just raped and pillaged from village to village, just destroying everything in their wake. When the people took the power back, there was a time of freedom, and some people call that the first Renaissance. And we've been shown that in a different light now as the Roman Empire has taken the power back. They survived through the Byzantine Empire and through secret, subversive espionage. They've been able to take a lot of power back, but they're failing at their own right, and they're just collapsing from within because their means are not sustainable, and the evil contains the seeds of its own destruction, it has been said. So we can always count on that.
One thing I'd love to be able to respond to before the conversation moves off, it's a little bit to the side of the topic, but it does sort of hold relevance since we're looking at cultural heritage. And what you point out about Judaism was my experience when I lived in Israel. First thing I discovered when I was in Israel is this guy's name everywhere on the signs. Anyone who's spent much time in Israel will notice this Simeon ben Enli. Is that right? I've checked my pronunciation according to modern Hebrew. Simeon ben Enli. Now, this guy was so important. Turns out it came from a really prestigious, rich, high-rolling family. In other words, an important family with some royalty connections. Fascinating. He came to Israel and he noticed that all the so-called Jewish people, and I think the Jewish word is not an old word. The same as like calling Indian people Indian. It's a very new thing. You go to India, you speak to the Vedic society, they're like, we're not Indian, we're Bharat. Oh, Bharat, never heard that name. Indian is go to Sri Lanka. It's like, we're from Ceylon. Give it a little while and Sri Lanka will have been forgotten and there'll be Ceylonese people, you know? And so the Simeon ben Enlil collected all the different groups of Hebrew, I use that word loosely, Jewish people, and their cultures were different. Their rituals were not all the same. The ceremonies were all a bit different. The languages were all distinctly different. The pronunciation of the words of the Paleo Hebrew were all different. And he used his great intellect and his great social standing to help find the correct pronunciation of Hebrew. And in order to define the Jewish people and their Jewish practices. And it's very interesting when you look at different places. Like you've got Jewish people from different parts of the world. They never call themselves Jewish. They have different names where they lived. And for example, Ethiopia. Ethiopian Judaism is very different to what is practiced in Israel. Completely different. They don't hold any of these modern holidays. They have different ideas, different translations, different interpretations, different form of Kabbalah. And the language is, of course, very different. The pronunciation of the language is different. In fact, it sounds more like Arabic. And when we look at Aramic, from which the Hebrew language was distilled, as we know, as we've been told, if we can believe what we've been told, Aramic and Arabic are closer to each other. And so there was a time, obviously, when Aramic and Arabic were not two separate languages. They were obviously a migration of people that separated and had a different linguistic direction from which was preceding it, some Paleo-Hebrew sources. So I definitely agree with you about these ideas of the Hebrew, for example. I observed it myself, and when I spoke to I was very lucky to be very connected to the faculty of the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, because I landed on Chofak Ziv with Philippe, and Eli Avivi became a good friend of mine. He's like classic, one of the oldest activists from the 60s, big activist. He did a lot of stuff in Israel. And so Philippe used to be a teacher of Kabbalah from the Kabbalistic Institute, the Hebrew University, and of Jerusalem. And he was connected to the faculty. And so the faculty used to come to my beach and spend time with me. And they found me interesting because obviously I was hermetically inspired. And my training was along a different line to theirs. But they came to me and they were intrigued by what I had learned. And I found that fascinating. I was like, well, why are you guys interested in the hermetic knowledge of Kabbalah? And they explained to me, well, you see, the Simeon ben Enlil guy changed our language. The modern Hebrew is further away from Old Hebrew, and it's actually detrimental to understanding the Kabbalah. And I was like, what? Detrimental? Yeah, because it's like they've changed the language, they've changed the way it's pronounced, they've changed the way it's spoken, the inflections of meanings have been altered, because the Simeon ben Enlil had a huge political effect on Israel and the construction of the Israeli state that became the war engine that we know today. And most people that live in Israel are very unhappy with the state. I can tell you from my experience, I lived there for more than a year. I met a lot of people, a lot of Jewish people, a lot of Arabic people, Palestinian people. I hitchhiked through Gaza. I was lucky enough to do that in 1998. And that was a ride. Tell you what, that was a ride. Everybody was like, you're going to die. I was like, okay, there's my coin. Flip, let's roll. I'm from South Africa. You guys don't know that I'm lucky to be alive. So yeah, I met a lot of different people, and what came to me as a unanimous impression was people I met that were business people I met that were farmers, people I met that were students, people I met that were the parents of my friends. They all unanimously disagreed with the government. And I didn't actually ever meet people that agreed with the government, which is very interesting. I think there's a lot of propaganda that's shaping it. I don't think the people that live there agree with what's happening in Palestine, but it's quite a tough state. You know, you don't go against that government. Unless you want to end up in some, severely troubled situation. So I do believe that there's something in what you've said about the Jewish tradition, and that we need to take it with a pinch of salt. And I don't want to take too much time on the stage, but thank you for lovely addition there. And somebody mentioned in the chat circle. I think it was Third Eye Edifice and someone else when you were talking about the goddess. And it makes so much sense because the goddess is the chalice, and the chalice is the receptacle of history, the receptacle of the knowledge from the past is carried in the chalice that is handed over for us to drink from. And that knowledge, which is represented in this chalice, the Holy Grail, is the divine feminine. Even Hebrew notions speak of the Shekinah. And so this divine chalice with the divine feminine holds our ancestral lineage and our roots. So I think the divine feminine has been really kicked to the side of the road in order for the masculine God to step up and say, yeah, I created it all. I'd love to throw that out there. How do we feel about this?
I'd love to answer that. And I want to harken back to something that Indy said. He mentioned false history, right? So we know if you break down the etymology of that very simply is, his story, right? So that in and of itself is showing you the attempted removal of the feminine, right? Her story. And this is why we have a mystery school or my story, right? So here's how religion essentially works. It works like everything else. You mentioned the 12 shadows earlier, right? Just like a 12 zodiac, right? Just like 12 hours in a day. We know that when it comes to the three major Western religions, that we're all talking about the exact same people. If we're talking about Jesus in Christianity, he's Issa in Islam, right? And he's non-existent, or maybe he was just somebody who taught good, as far as the Torah and the Talmud and the Tanakh are involved, depending on what set you ask. All right, let me ask you a question. No matter whether you practice any of that or not, according to wherever you go in the world, you will be one of 12 zodiac signs, right? Perhaps 13 if somebody's a little bit more enlightened than they want to take in Ophiuchus, right? No matter what, you don't need religion to practice that. You're already under the system. You're already into it, right? So you can fall into whatever. It's perspective is so important. It's not just a tool for enslavement, right? Some people will tell you, oh, we use religion to civilize some people. We use religion to beat down some people. We use religion to do this and that. And all of that is very true. But at the end of the day, it's like a baby holding a sword. It's dangerous. They're going to hurt themselves or somebody else unless you are strong enough to wield it. Unless you actually examine it and see what it is that you're truly dealing with, because we're just talking about different spiritual biologies. Oh, I'm sorry. Franklin, there was I wanted to give you and everybody listening something, because we have to understand, and this is one reason why this space is so important. To many people here in the West, it's an unfortunately common knowledge how bad the racism actually still is. It's never actually gotten better. The idea looks like it has, because internationally, and I learned this when I lived abroad, what they show from America abroad, especially when it comes to the darker melanated people, is ferocious, right? There's a store in China. I won't say the word. It's blank king, right? Use your imagination. Um, as far as derogatory terms go, it's not a game. How they show the most ignorant of things. So the idea that we've, even in our ignorance, hip hop and totems and tokens, you'll see a lot of wealth, a lot of gold, a lot of fancy clothes, things of that nature. Like that's supposed to have changed something, or changed the law, or changed how the law treats people, or how society treats people. There's a book called Without Sanctuary, Lynching Photography in America by James Allen, for anybody who would like to see more proof of what has always occurred throughout the history of this country and still continues.
Can I jump in? All right. So thank you, Kalal, Dr. K. I don't want to talk too much about racism, but it is interesting to bring about ceremony and ritual with racism, because I live in Georgia, and everybody may not know this, but Georgia was the last state to free slaves. They didn't want to, and I grew up in a town called Sandersville, and we had separate schools. When I grew up, 1993, like I was, how old was I? 4 years old when I went to school the first time, and it was segregated. And we have restaurants where black people sit on this side and white people sit on that side. So it's I grew up in that time, so I really hated being black, because I noticed that teachers wouldn't call on me when I knew the answer, and I didn't understand why. And I started to realize. And when I learned about history, they would talk about Native Americans in a weird way, and I'm half Native, so it's really stressful. But anyway, I wanted to bring that out because lynching was a ceremony. It was a holiday for a long time, up till like 1970 or 60, not far away. Like your mother would probably live in that time period, and they would. That's what the word picnic comes from, because picnic means pick a Negro, where you would pick one and lynch them, and have a little picnic, or eat something, have a celebration under the hanged person. And I think it's interesting to understand how this affects the culture and affects the psyche of a human person. Because since we're talking about ritual and ceremony, I believe that mythology is a retelling of history in the most accurate of senses. Like history is just weird. Like when you read history from, for example, I had an Arabian friend. He lived in Saudi Arabia, and when we were talking about the Ottoman Empire, the Saudi Arabian culture is that the Ottoman Empire was an amazing thing with an amazing purpose that didn't fail. And so when I showed him the truth, the history in Wikipedia, he couldn't open it in his own state. It was blocked. And so he would send me what history they had, and it was totally different. And I was like, bruh, what? This is brainwashing, right? And we grew closer together because of the differences. And I learned more about Islam from him. I learned more about, I don't know, how they talk. I love Arabic, because almost every greeting and departing and like the thing, like a eating phrase has God in it. in the word. So it's amazing. But the thing I wanted to bring out though is that with the ritual, um, we don't see that we need to participate in the myth itself. You can't just read about history or read about mythology or try to get into religion without participating in it. If you do that, you become double-minded or whatever. You separate yourself from who you are or who you were meant to be or whatever your calling, whatever it is. So if you do learn about your past and you learn about the history of your people and your culture and you learn about the religion that you were taught, and you, instead of just reading it as if it's some separate entity, you should put yourself in it. And when you do that, you can do some really good spiritual work on yourself. You can see that you're not what people think. You're not what people say you are, and you're not even what you think you are. You're so many things at once. Like we're all still babies to our parents. Like our parents will never see us in a way that we feel that we are to other people. And when you understand a little bit about how multifaceted you are, you can really bring forth the past and the future in your own spiritual journey. And one thing I learned about in myth is that in Native American myth, we always have stories, like the Algonquian stories about men and women separately. The stories are supposed to teach you about your gender role in the society. One story I like to share with you guys is the story of a princess. They call it a buffalo princess. And so so there was some buffalo that were roaming around, and the Indian people, the Native Americans, were hungry. They didn't have any food. There was like a famine. It was summer. Um, all the like crops were drying up, and the rivers were drying up, so they were hungry. And so they asked um, the Great Spirit to supply some food for them. And so the Great Spirit sent the buffalo, and the buffalo would offer up one of their own for the Native American people. And the Native American people would celebrate the buffalo and thank the buffalo for his sacrifice to feed them. And then one day, um, the king buffalo came and he said, "You guys have been, eating my brothers and sisters and nieces and nephews or whatever, and you haven't given us anything in return." And the princess said, "Well, since you guys have been feeding us, we've been starving, and I really want to marry one of you guys." And the buffalo said, "What you're saying isn't like a joke. Like, since you said it, come marry me." And then she was like, "Uh-oh. And then her father said, "Well, you got to marry him now. You said it." And so she went off with the buffalo, and they left. And so she was living with the buffalo, and she became lonely because they were all different from her. She was normal. They were buffalo people. She couldn't really fit in. And she told the magpie, one of her friends, that she was lonely. And she said, I don't like living here. I don't like being a wife to the buffalo. And I shouldn't have been too overly giving or overly careless of what I was saying. And the magpie said, "Do you want me to tell your father how you feel?" And she said, "Yes." So the magpie went and told her father that she wanted to leave. And so her father went to go get her. And when he was going to go get her, the buffalo uh, saw him as an intruder. They thought he was coming to, get another one of them to eat. And so they smashed and trampled him to dust. And when she heard the, commotion, she came out and she was like, she saw his, what do you call it? His chief hat gear or whatever being trampled. She said, "Wait, is that my daddy?" And the king buffalo said, "Yeah, it is. He was intruding, trespassing." She said, oh my goodness, you've killed my daddy." And he said, "Well, what about, your sister and step brother and stepmother who were in danger from him. And she said, I never thought of it that way, but you've killed my daddy. And he said, well, get over it. And then she said, and she started crying. And she said, I don't think I love you. And I don't think I love it being here. And then the chief buffalo said, well, you know what? If you can bring your daddy back to life, I'll let you go. We cannot be married anymore. And that's what you want. You can leave. And so she bent down and she was picking up bones and pieces of her dad. And the magpie bird came and she said, can you help me gather up pieces of daddy? And the magpie said, yeah. And so they spent all day picking up the pieces of her dad. And she put them in a pile of dirt, of mud, and she prayed over it. And she laid with it all night. And her daddy came back to life. And he said, wow, thank you. You know, um, I was trying to come get you because the magpie said you were unhappy. And then she said, um, it's okay, daddy. You know what? I'd rather stay now because I see that we've taken a lot from them and never thanked them before. And all they want is to be reciprocated in what they give us because they don't have to. And I don't have to marry him. But since I chose this, I might as well enjoy and learn from it. And that's a transformation. And that's how the story ends. So he leaves, and then live happy ever after. They come visit, take a buffalo, eat it, do a little dance, because the buffalo taught them to dance after. Um, it taught her the king buffalo and the other buffaloes taught her a dance similar to what they did to trample him to death, and that's a transformation also. So basically, it's like turning your bad things that happen to you into good things. It's almost like it's like a rite of passage story for women to understand that life sucks. Things happen to you. You can dwell on them, or you can turn them around and turn into a positive. So for women, I think that's a great story because it shows how you can transform from being a spoiled queen to a self-sacrificing, self-giving wife in a marriage that you may not be happy with on the long run, or at some point of it, you might not feel like it's worth what you're giving it, and to appreciate what you're giving anyway, because that's what it's all about, is giving to each other and receiving. It's a really cool story. But to me, I think we're missing those stories. We're missing myth in the modern age. People are more focused on the news or what some rich person is doing, and who's going to jail and why, or who died and why, or I don't know. It's like everybody wants to focus on consuming and the next best picture, the next best thing to buy for their kids or themselves. It's weird how it's different it is. And from me, the Native American culture that I grew up in, the stories that I remember, they keep me from staying in a consumer mindset, and from staying in a oh, woe is us or woe is me, mindset, because the things that try and bury you are the things that really give you strength. It's almost like that quote, if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger. I don't really believe that all the way. But stories like these stories you can read or learn from Native American people, especially Blackfoot people. Um, they really change it and twist it around. Same thing in Hebrew. That's why people love Judaism, because of the way they write. They always say, oh, God's punishing us because we did something wrong, and he loves us so much to punish us to make us better. And it's funny because if you really look at what they're saying, oh yeah, the Philistines came and kicked our butts because we were disobeying God. Oh yeah, the Babylons came and imprisoned us and put us in slavery because we were doing something bad to God. Oh yeah, the Egyptians, enslaved us because we were doing something bad to God. They turn it around and make it a positive. And I think that's why a lot of people love Judaism, or they love romanticizing the Bible. And I think in life, to actually do alchemy, you need to turn your darkness into light, and you need to go back, like Khalil said, go back into the past and quote unquote change it, but to just see it differently, use it and see it in a positive way, transform it and grow, be a phoenix. Well, that's pretty much it.
That's such a beautiful little share, brother, and it's so on point. It's beautiful to consider this, and it's something which isn't very obvious. Where the so-called Christian faith, which we know was invented by the ancient Greeks under the guise of Rome, for the populace, the mass, to be able to worship a Greek god of the sun. Obviously, they had to change the Sabbath to a Sunday and ensure that the name changed to Zeus, so that we could be praised to Zeus, the name. But you pointed out something quite interesting there as well. And I hope I'm not losing the thread of the memory here, because you said a lot. But the point of the news, when you said the news, it made me think of the noose. The news has become the noose around our necks. And the noose is like what you put around an animal's head in order to guide it where you want to guide it. So beautiful, on point. I think Petra had something to say. That was my gut.
That was really, really incredible. I really appreciate you sharing so many different valuable lessons there, Quinty. Thank you so much. What the first thing that I'll say is that when you talked about history being weird, history is weird, and your personal experience growing up in the schools being segregated, and it sounds like I grew up around that same time. I don't think that we're very far off in age, but my experience was quite different. And so being taught that this is very much a part of our past and not the reality that it is part of our present, and that this is still ongoing. These issues of racism is still an issue in this country, is very angering. And another really great reason to not participate in our school systems, because all of these things are flawed. All of these things are skewed, and it's just so easy to feel anger. So going back to what we were talking about before about transmuting these things, like, what are the lessons? There are lessons to be learned in absolutely everything, every one of our experiences. And so in feeling this anger, how are we going to transmute that into something better? So that's what came up first and foremost for me. I think that there was something that was said about hip hop, which made me think of earlier as well, writing, going back to writing and the significance of that ritual, the written word and words being spells. And that is a tremendous part of this culture in our music and what we listen to and what we expose ourselves to daily, all day, even just like going shopping through the stores. I mean, the music now, I can't even hear myself think half of the time because it's so loud. They're really trying to get whatever message across to you. So that came up for me. On the topic of women, I think I really liked, you said something in the chat. I think that was you, Quinty, also a little earlier, about women naturally being transformed with the onset of menstruation and puberty. And the issue with that is, because I agree very much, but the issue is that our culture is so far removed from nature that we are taught as women that this is gross, that it is an inconvenience above anything else. It is a tremendous inconvenience. You can't do this, you can't swim, you can't have sex, you can't do any of these things, which is like, who told you that? But that is a real issue that I feel as far as things like that, especially specific to being a woman, is that we are so far removed from nature and from the beauty of it and the ownership of it, the ownership of our bodies, and the conditioning that we've gone through in how we view our bodies and think about our bodies, is actually the ritual. So while I agree we go through this transformation, again, ritual is a tool that's used to instill and solidify cultural beliefs onto the initiate. So when women enter menstruation, we often get a much different message than what nature intended us to receive. And then I wanted to say something. I don't want to keep going back because I don't, of course, don't want to go backwards. But I wanted to clarify the goddess that I was referring to was the Roman goddess Ceres, and I'm probably mispronouncing her name, Ceres. The her Greek counterpart, I think, is Demeter. Ceres. Okay. So I think I said it right. So I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on that in the first place, because I think that I kind of came off a little foggy as far as that goes. But she was the goddess of grain and agriculture, fertility, and she was seen as a mother goddess. So that in our ceremony, especially going back to menstruation, also, what kind of ceremony is conducted through the process of menstruation and through the mysteries of women. Again, they're often very much seen as a disturbance to your daily life and inconvenience, and portray a much different message than we're meant to really hear. So
yeah, thanks for that clarification. Ceres is as some of you know, now the name of an asteroid, the largest grandmother asteroid of the asteroid belt, remnants of the lost planet Tiamat, and the Greeks called Phaeton, but they think that the Hebrew people knew that planet as Lucifer, and it fell from the sky, crashed to Earth, and brought the upper waters here.
That's fascinating. And I think it brings up another point, which is very relevant. You're speaking about Ceres. Ceres in South Africa is a juice. It's a very good juice. It's 100% pure fruit juice. Doesn't have any sugar. Doesn't have any additives. It's pretty much as good as you can get juice-wise. It's one of the juices that I would buy. So it's real juice. Okay, all juice is irradiated, so you really gotta like wonder like, but fruit's irradiated these days too, so there's just no getting around this. But series, as a juice. Now this is interesting. Another ritual that has been adopted by the men with ties. How's that for a new coin of phrase? The men with ties, the men wearing ties, created new rituals for us. They took our ancestral rituals and they borrowed the meanings and the words and they put them into corporate logos. So when we talk about series, we're talking about juice, right? And so they wanted to wash the idea of series from our brain using juice to wash it off. So that the children of the future, when they hear the word series, they won't be able to think of anything but fruit juice. And this is like you go to India, my gosh, how many companies are Shok out there? How many companies of Shanti? How many companies of, all of the God forms and the God ideas have been used. And the same we can go back. I mean, what is Starbucks? We mentioned Starbucks in the previous show. All of our logos, have you ever looked at the Alfa Romeo old logo? That's some serious, powerful sigil magic, man. When I first saw that, I was like, hold my pants on for me. Because we used to walk past the Alfa Romeo place in London. Let me try to remember where it was. It's in the northwest part of London somewhere. And I remember that's where Aleister Crowley's house was. I used to walk past Aleister Crowley's house. Now, I didn't know it was his house at first. And I walked past with my ex-wife and I said, oh my God, what's going on with that house? I was like vibrating off the vibes. I was like, there's something going on in that house, man. Who lived in that house? It was only later that I realized Aleister Crowley lived in that house, as well as so did many other famous people before him. And then I looked to see who's living in that house, and as true as God, my favorite guitarist in the whole world. I was like, oh my God, Led Zeppelin's lead guitarist lives in the house that Aleister Crowley lived in. And that was just like a couple of blocks away from the Alfa Romeo big place there. And so walking past this place, because it was a path where my ex-wife and myself used to go past, there was a company there that we were connected to. We were like, we were subcontracting some of our services for them. And it was mind-blowing for me to actually start to equate that there's no coincidence that Aleister Crowley's house was there, that the Alfa Romeo Center was there, the Alfa Romeo sigil was on their building. And I was like, my God, that's a magical sigil. Look at it. That's some powerful magic. And so this is something that you've noticed. Look at the banks. Go into the banks and look at what they've done. They've taken letters, they've taken words, they've crunched it down, they've turned them into cute little pictures, geometric forms. There's some very powerful sigil magic that has been introduced into our corporate logos and our corporate names and our corporate ideas coming from our religious, archaic past of our ritual heritage from our ancestral lineages of knowledge. And they've been used, I think, in a very nefarious way to produce new rituals using the old tools that have no meaning. Yeah. And this comes back to what Petra was talking about in our rite of passage being about money. So everything comes back to money. As we look into this world more and more closely, everything comes back to money. But is it not fascinating how in the ancient world that was not the case? They had money, but money wasn't the center and the root of all things. Money was a necessary evil. It was something that people used in order to trade. But now money has become more of a definition. We define ourselves, as Petra was saying, our status. We define ourselves, our success. We define ourselves, our importance in society. We define ourselves with our privilege and every other aspect of life as per our money. So I think there's a lot to be said about the way in which the men that wear ties have put the noose upon our necks, using the news to spread their propaganda in order to condition the way that we think and feel. And fear seems to have been a big part of this news that they put upon our head, this noose that they've neus. There's an element of the nose. They want to cut our noses off. This was another practice that was done in the middle dark ages, by the way, where the victors would cut off the noses of those who lost in a bid to disconnect them from their sense of smell. The only sense that can, and Carlisle, Dr. K, and I had this wonderful conversation a few days ago about how the sense of smell is so prominent, because it bypasses the thalamus, and all the other senses have to be coded and reinformed, put into a new language for the cerebrum to be able to handle this information and construct a reality based on this information. But the nose, the sense of smell, it bypasses all of that and it goes straight into our history, straight into our memories. You smell something and it'll take you back to your childhood, to a time in your life, to nostalgia. I'm a very nostalgic person. I'm also a very smell-oriented person. I love cooking. You can't get me out of the kitchen. When I'm in the kitchen, don't disturb me. Just stay out of my way, because I'm cooking now. This is my ritual, The ritual of food for me is a very important part of my alchemical practice. I love food. But I do think that we need to look at the corporate structures, the men with the noose, how they've controlled our emotions and how they've hijacked our goddesses to be on fruit juice bottles or coffee, Starbucks, or whatever it is. I'd love to put that out there and see what where the conversation goes.
Can I interject again? I won't be long this time. I promise. But what you're saying about earlier, I actually had a talk about the divine feminine in today's world. A lot of people think the divine feminine is coming back. They're like, oh, women power and all this stuff, women rights, equality, or I don't know, whatever they say. But I don't think it is the divine feminine, because when I go and read my Bible, I see what the divine feminine actually is. And then when I go and, read the, what are they called? Those old books in India are just a Upanishad or something, or one of their little poem things they have. I noticed that the divine feminine, or a woman goddess, is not what is being portrayed in America, at least for me. The thing I see in America is angst. What do you call it? There's like a sense of getting even, revenge spirit going on. It's not divine feminine. It's like what's that word? That word where you don't like somebody, so you want to see them beneath you. I forgot the word, but it'll come to me and I'll write it in the chat. But that's the spirit I see, and I have it in my house. My mom has it because let me explain my mother. My mother grew up kind of good. She had a mother and a father, but her dad was abusive. He used to beat her mother a lot, and he beat her a couple of times. And she didn't mind because her life was good, because she got to play the violin. She went to a private school, straight A's. She almost got valedictorian. But all the family were, flattering her because she was the oldest, and she was going to go to college, be the first child to go to college in that generation. So they were like, feeding her head and praising her all the time. So when she was in college and they got her a car and all this stuff, they always, took the time to see how she was. And then she met my father. And my father was, how do you say, a player. And my mom was like an innocent virgin. And so he took advantage of my mom's innocence. And then here I come. And so when I came, everybody took away the love that they had from my mother. They were like, oh no, you made a mistake. You ruined your life. You're not the good child that we thought you were, and all this stuff. And they like disowned her and all this stuff. It happens a lot, especially with Vietnamese and Chinese families that come over here. They treat people the same way. They treat their daughters the same way when they do that. So my mother has this, I don't know, this unresolved anger thing for men and authority in general. And she's just, it's like a feminist spirit for me. Like it's the same. And it's just not what I read. And it's not what I see when I see happy married couples. The happy married couple, I always see them and they're like really different than people. Like when I talk to them, they're open. They're like, hey, you want to have lunch with us? You want to come to our house? You want to eat dinner with us? You want to hang out? You want to spend the night? I'm like, geez, you guys don't act regular. Don't you aren't you afraid that infidelity can occur? Aren't you afraid that jealousy might occur? And they're like, huh? We don't think about those kind of things. I'm like, oh, why? They're like, because we're happily married. I'm like, oh, but everybody else my age acts that way, even when they are married. Like they just have this fear. It's like a fearful thing going on where they don't want to. It's like it's like that's my boyfriend or that's my fiance. You can't talk to you, or that's my wife. She can't hang out with you, or that's my girlfriend. She can't. You can't spend the night with us because she lives here. It's a weird thing that goes on that I don't see in happily married couples. And the thing that I see in them is a balance that I get from the Bible or from the Puranas or the Vedas. I see it there, and it's something that the Western society it doesn't have much of. They don't praise it. Like when they talk about a woman who gives back to society or who does volunteering, they don't talk about that woman. They only want to talk about the woman who's half dressed, who's got a lot of partners, who doesn't have children, who doesn't want to be a mother, who has a lot of money, successful, has a business, is a top dog alpha female thing. We praise the alpha female like a lion, sort of like we praise. It's like we praise a hyena in women. It's weird, and then we praise the lion in men, and those aren't the good qualities that we have. Like a good masculine man is not like a lion. He doesn't have a bunch of females. He has preferably one, and he treats her like he would treat himself. He doesn't treat her like a subservient. And then a divine woman is not like a hyena. She's not the boss of everybody. She's giving. She's caring. She's loving. She wants to see everybody prosper without people getting hurt in the process. And that's something we don't have here. Like I don't see it. I always see, I got mine, you get yours. Or do you want to get your provider man? This is how you get a provider man. You you sell him and tease him with sex or whatever, and then he'll take you out on a cruise and all this stuff. Or men are like, how can you get the most women? Or how can you get the baddest women in the world? You got to get this. You got to have money. You got to get this kind of car. You got to get this kind of haircut. or whether to kind of watch. I don't know. It's weird, and I don't. It's not authentic, to be honest. It's like we live in a world where you gotta pick a mask and stick to it, and manipulate your way in the world where the mask will not falter. It will stay on your face, and I feel like that's why a lot of Americans quit their day job, even though they're getting paid a lot in the 60s and the 50s and the 70s to go to India to gain some sort of what do you call it, spiritual renewal, because they were tired of wearing that mask that their parents told them to wear, or they were tired of wearing that mask that society told them to wear. And I feel like we're still in that, because a lot of women are growing up with terrible role models, and the women who should be role models don't get talked about at all, ever. Like people like Petra or Petri. People wouldn't talk about Petri in a good way in society. They'd be like, oh, she's just regular. She's just normal. That's not cool. That's not what you want to do. You don't want to be delivering babies and being a great wife and having children all the time. You don't want to do that. That's giving your life away. That's what they'd say. You want to live a good life. You want to explore and experience things. You want to have a lot of experiences, have a lot of guys, and figure out which one you want. It's just backwards. I don't know what to tell you. It's just backwards. That's it.
Absolutely. And I don't know if anybody else has something on their heart or mind, but I want to make something super, super clear. That is part of the ritual of this culture, is the indoctrination of women into this mindset that it is independence over balance, over contribution. And what women living in power is not what women are doing. This is not empowerment for women. The mindset is that because we have been conditioned to be and do and act a certain way according to other people's desires or expectations, that now we're going completely in the opposite direction. Now we're going to the other end of the spectrum. Now we're going to be overly independent. We don't need men. We don't need this. We don't need that. We can do it all on our own. And while that to a certain degree is true, that's not the point of living a balanced life. That is not the point of being an empowered woman. A woman in your power contributes to the greater good and is not solely about the self. And I can't agree more with the lack of actual divine femininity coming into this culture. If you go into a bookstore, any bookstore, you'll find so many books. There's one, I think my jaw probably actually dropped. It's called The Bitch Witch. And it's all about hexing your ex-boyfriend and that bitch down the street. And what is this? Is this really? This is feminism. This is what it's about. It's not about balance. It's not about the greater good. It's not about really bringing women into a lifestyle that is going to enrich themselves and better themselves. Unless you're the kind of person that wants to be alone, whatever, that's fine. You do whatever you want. But it is not bringing, feminine, and don't misinterpret me, because feminine rage is a part of the divine feminine, and that's not what I'm talking about. We feel these very strong, we harness the emotions, right? We are the emotions as women. And we go through very emotional cycles with our menstrual cycles, and there is feminine rage. But instead of enlightening each other and bringing us to a place in which we can understand and control that aspect of the divine feminine. We are letting it rule us, and we are just going off on these kind of trendy, like, tangents. It's become a trend. Goddess worship is a trend. Witchcraft is a trend. There is no truth to it. There is no true spirituality to it. There is no enlightenment. There is no empowerment. It is about getting back, about the spite of a scorned heart, so to speak, instead of, like we were talking about before, coming to the understanding that you do write your own story, you do write your own ritual, you do make your own path, and holding yourself responsible and accountable. Your soul came here with the understanding that this is what we were going to do. Are you going to turn around and set off hexes and curses on other people on their path because this is what you chose? It's absolutely backwards. I can't agree more. And we don't have role models as women, because this is what the mindset has evolved into, from being, suppressed, confined to the household and whatever, to, again, being in this completely opposite position. And I think that it's very dangerous to a big degree to our society, at large, really, to the collective, the well-being of the collective, not just the individual, but to the collective, because this is the influence that we're having now on our daughters, on young women, and the insecurity, right? What you were talking about before about seeing that in happy married couples, that insecurity, that is also taught to us. We see that all throughout our daily lives. If you seeing how other people act, it's like you never develop that emotional intelligence, that emotional security within yourself, to allow a partner to be their own individual, to have conversations with other people, or to interact with other people, other women, or whatever. It's about ownership, really. This is my man, this is my woman, this is mine. And it's not respecting the person as an individual. The not to mention the lack of trust, but really it's about ownership and power. And so that's kind of all I have to say about that. But there was something else that Franklin was saying about the nose, and them wanting to cut off our noses, which is, my connection. I think the olfactory system is something that most people don't really think about, especially as far as it affecting your health. The things that you smell and that system have such potential to affect your health that people just don't even realize. But when I have that deep remembering, right, that you were talking about, that a certain sense bringing us back to a memory, that can bring you back to real remembering, real past life remembering. And so it makes sense why they would want you to cut off the lessons that you're bringing into each life, in order to reach, your soul's purpose, in order to, put your divine light really out into the world. So that resonated with me very much also.
I love what you said, and I'd love to add to what you said, because it's so on point. The nose part, totally. Past lives, totally. The nostalgia that can carry us into our hearts. And I'd like to look at this masculine and feminine. Now, we've done shows on divine feminine, divine masculinity. So a summary. My impressions, and I'll share my impressions. So I consider the woman to be the hearth of the family, the fire pot, the fireplace, the cauldron that goes upon the fire, that brings the sustenance and the nutrition, that brings the people together. The hearth brings the family together. We come towards the hearth to get heat, to get food, to socialize. In ancient times, it was always around the hearth that guests were entertained. The hearth is where we bring together. So for me, femininity represents bringing together the circle. When you close the circle, when we sit in a circle as people, we're getting together, right? To sit in a circle. Now, masculinity represents separating. So I think of the feminine intelligence as being the cohesive intelligence, the intelligence that brings us together, which is the heart's intelligence, for the heart closes the circles between us through the act of compassion, through the act of empathy, all feminine qualities. Then I look at the masculine. The masculine draws distinctions in the way that the feminine is a cohesive intelligence, the masculine is a discriminative intelligence. The masculine looks to separate what is not the same. This is not that. This is not that. This is unlike that. This is unlike that. The feminine says, well, this is a bit like this. This is a bit like that. We're all a little bit like this, so we're all together in a circle. Masculine says, no, it's not like that. It's like this. It's separate to that. I am on my own. The feminine says, we are together, to gather the wreaths and put them in a circle, to gather everything. To when you gather things, when you're on the field and you're gathering your wheat or your food or your vegetables, how do you gather things? You make a circle. You gather everything together in a pile, and the pile gets bigger. And guess what? It's a circle. Together, to gather. When you discriminate, you separate things. This is intellectually different to that. This is intellectually separate from that. So it creates separation. So what else can we deduce about masculine and feminine? The word mask. We have got the women of our society practicing a masculine ritual. The mask that is put on the face with makeup. In the old times, who wore makeup? We go back in time, right? There's a very, very prominent playwright who tells us about this. And all the men played roles. They played the roles, separate characters, and they wore masks to be something other than what they were, to separate themselves from themselves, to become something else. Distinction, discriminate from who we are to become that character. Where the feminine is about bringing us together at the hearth. The male is about reflection, to reflect that which is different away, separation. So the element of water, reflection. When we were young, the boys were in blue, water, reflection. The women were in pink or red, the warmth and the fire of the hearth that brings us together. Life is warm. Life is heat. Life is the warmth of passion, and the heart that brings the feeling pumping through our hearts is what defines the feminine vibrational field, in my perspective. And that cool, mental, disconnected separation from the heart defines the masculine field of energy, that driving force which discriminates, and through the power of discrimination is able to calculate. So this whole idea of putting things into perspective, the word there is per-spec. So we are observing spec and per, each one separate, perspective, each one there and there, separate them into different separate units. So what is the idea to own? The word own is separate. I'm on my own. Yet I own. When I own something, it's mine, but it's not yours, and it's not his, and it's not there. So what does the word own indicate? It indicates a separation. But we yet have the women wearing the masks, and the men are supposed to go out and get ownership. The men were taught to get ownership of property, ownership of cars, so that they can bring what they own in the old paradigm. Obviously, the new paradigm has changed, in order to bring them home to the woman that would then turn them into the hearth, bring it together so that the whole family can share it. And so the woman would be the engine of sharing. We've really got our roles confused, it seems. And I think you're so on point when you point out the way that the feminine have been basically hijacked by the masculine. And where is the feminine in our story? It's been kicked to the roadside. It's just masculine. Even when we speak about feminine, we think about makeup and putting on an appearance. That's a mask. That's masculine. There's nothing feminine about that. Feminine is what brings people together, and we are often not allowed to. So what brings people together? What is feminine? Celebration. We're back to that cele word, right? And so the cellar is where you store things, and the store is where everything's brought together for everybody to share. So the storage, and the cellar is the underworld into the deep, deep, deep reaches of the subconscious world within us, that deep feminine presence. It's all been pushed away. So we've been taught masculine ideals, masculine attitudes of changing the face. The whole idea of men shaving off their beards is sort of like to uncover the mask, right? To become focused on the physical form. The feminine isn't focused on the physical form. It's focused on the emotional plane, which is the spiritual plane of energy. And we've been taught to deny it. We've been taught to disconnect from our senses, because the senses are the feminine domain. Disconnect from the senses and get into the cerebral world of separation. Separate yourself intellectually from the world and sit in this little dislocated bubble to figure things out. Put them all into separate bundles of ideas. There's definitely something going on here. Why are we living so divorced and separated from the divine feminine in our daily lives? The men, we need it so desperately, because we become so obsessed by looking at the woman and separating the woman's face and her titties and her bottom and her leggies and all of her bits and pieces that we like from who she is. And so we obsess with the form and the projection of these masculine archetypal ideas onto the woman, without actually appreciating what the woman represents in the totality. Is the woman that is what brings us together. And the woman represents beauty. That's another thing. We've taken the beauty out of the divine feminine and turned it into a masculine ruled, let's look at the bits and pieces. Let's look at a woman and equate a woman to how nice her breasts are, or how cute her face is, or how cute her legs are, or how cute her body is, or, her lips. And so the poor women are being sort of driven by these masculine impulses of a society that's gone crazy. And the poor men are so lost that they're like basically knocking it off at the TV screens with looking at women's bodies, because it's all they can do. Like, they're becoming dumb and stupid. This masturbating lifestyle of masculine degeneration has become like a disease. We've done talks on all of these things, by the way. Go and check out the history. We did a talk on pornography. We did a talk on the divine masculine. Did a talk on the divine feminine. And I think they're all sort of coming to a cohesive structure when we look at this, because there's just so much. I personally get a little bit angry when I realize how overly masculine we've all become, and what everybody needs is to go within. And the whole principle of the divine feminine is to go within. The masculine wants to go without, separate, be separate, going within. So what is this whole idea of what was the word that was said? Everybody wants to be independent. Femininity represents dependency. It shows how everything is dependent upon everything else, that everything is part of a whole, that nothing is separate. This depends upon that, depends upon this, depends upon that, depends, and everything is part of a structure of a circle, and every part of that circle depends upon the rest of the circle. And the whole circle is this continuity which is expressed. But the masculine wants to be independent, wants to be separate. We've taught women to want to be independent and separate without realizing that they are the hub around which the family is supposed to rotate. And family, as a result, has been broken down because without the divine feminine, what brings us together? We've got racism, we've got weird rituals that separate us from each other, judgment rituals, rituals of competition. Competition is not a feminine idea. Competition is a masculine idea because it means this one's better than that one, separate to this one, going to compete with that one. The feminine idea is we're all together and we're all one and we're all just part of a structure of a community. The word community finds its roots in the feminine language. And so we've lost our community structures. This is my opinion. I'm only speaking for myself. I'll leave it at that. I'm getting a bit passionate, but I think I've said my piece.
Can I answer your question for what is love? Okay. It's going to be religious, guys, so I don't want to trigger anybody, but for me, love is Jesus. Or you could say love is the seven candles of the Hebrew God. Or you could say love is, what's his name? Krishna. Or you could say love is, what's his name? Horse or Hathor. Or you could say love is Persephone in Greek myth. Or you could say love is that buffalo queen that I told you guys about. Or you could say love is, I forgot the Aztec god, but it's like a, what do you call it? Anaconda. I forgot what they called it. But that thing represents love. And then in Norse, love would be Thor and Frigga or Frigo, whatever her name is. But for me, Jesus Christ would be easy for you guys to follow. So I'll just say that Jesus came. People might not get it, but when you read it, Jesus really came to bring women out of the dirt. Women were being abused forever, like for a long time. Jesus was trying to tell us that, but a lot of people don't read. They don't read it. Jesus was saying, hey, women are being used by men. Why? You're supposed. We're all one family. We all came from same place. Even if we call God a different name, it's the same. So why are we doing this to each other? And he tried to explain that the Romans, even though they were oppressive, and the Greeks, even though they were killing the religion, were our family. And that we need to try and, what do you call it? Try and get ourselves, the oppressed people, back up. And we have to start with the women that we are abusing. Like the oppressed people are abusing their own women. Like it's crazy. So he was trying to bring that out. So Jesus is saying love is community. Love is relationship. Love is honesty. Love is, what do you call it? Assistance. Love is service. Love is gratitude. Love is to see positive. Because we have this thing where we learn from medieval times and probably even before then, but the jester, the tarot card of the hanged man or the fool. This archetype, as Jung would say, is actually a negative one. And I'll explain that by saying that when someone falls, people laugh. When misfortune happens to someone, it's funny. And this is a problem. It separates community. It ruins family. Like if you see your like for example, when you're kids and you see your brother get in trouble for something, you'll laugh because it's I don't know. It's some kind of is a response that we learned from that to poke fun or to separate ourselves from the pain of someone else and to find joy in it. It's dark, but we call it comedy. And comedy was first meant to express something sad. The Divine Comedy is sad. Dionysus, all his stories, his comedies are sad. But you laugh at it. We laugh at pain, we laugh at misfortune, we laugh at misery, and that's not supposed to happen. You're supposed to, I don't know, see yourself in that position. Like in Vedic culture, or I should say Indian culture, they have a sense where of the people who study Rama, the god Rama, and the people who really like Ganesha, they have this idea where a homeless person is holy and godly. They're special, and you need to treat them in a way you would want to be treated. Because I don't know, something about their purpose in this society to bring you, to humble you, to put you in a place where you can give them something. And to me, that's really good. That's awesome. That's something Jesus was teaching. But over here, we see homeless people as something to pity. Like, oh, you're homeless. I got a couple of change for you or whatever. There's no reverence. That's like when you see a homeless person, you go, oh, you don't want to be like that. You don't want to turn out like that. Or, you don't see that it could be you or it could have been you. There's a possibility that you could have been born in that body. You could have been in that situation. And the love is to see yourself in another. That is the whole point. That's why Jesus said, I'm the Son of Man, which means I am nothing special. I'm just like you. And I think we're missing that. And women in that era are women in today. The women like Timothy's mother in the Bible that Paul mentions are, I don't know, just divine women that I've met. They always look at someone else as if they're their own child, even though they're not, and they could never be. I'm like, lady, that's not your kid. You don't have to, you don't have to stick your neck out. And she's like, hush, you don't understand. Because if that was my kid, why would I stand here and judge them and laugh at them or not do anything? And I was like, oh, yeah, you got me. So I see that Jesus was teaching this, and a lot of people miss it because the church is crazy. The Catholics are crazy, especially the Catholics. They're bananas. And I'm sorry if you know as Catholic, but they're bananas. But anyhow, like Jesus is the representation of love for me. And it just shows you that love comes with community. Love comes with seeing yourself in another person. Love comes from compassion, or the idea that it could have been you, that their pain is my pain, or their suffering is my suffering. A lot of people can't because people look different. Someone's got glasses, you don't. Someone's got this color skin, you don't. Someone's got this much money, you don't. Someone's got this many family members, you don't. Someone's got one leg, you don't. People did that forever. You can read the Bible, you can see that they used to pick on Jesus and say, hey, how come you're so holy, but you don't even wash your hands before you eat? Jesus was like, bruh, you wash your hands because you're evil on the inside. I don't have to wash my hands to eat with these people who don't have the luxury of washing their hands. I don't have to make them feel less than me to eat with them and to help them. Like, why are you judging me for my hands? Why don't you judge me for what I'm doing? And they were like, well, dang, you didn't have to roast me, right? So it's like that. And I think it's great that we have these myths to teach us what love is. That's what they're for. I'll end there.
Quincy, that was absolutely magnificent. Thank you. Thank you for that. There's so much we can see in that message, and it's so timely, right? When we look at the idea of Mary, because there's two Marys, we have to realize that, right? Mary was, how old was Mary when she got pregnant? You know, she was engaged to be married. She had to tell this man that she was pregnant by somebody else. Um, that in and of itself speaks to this idea of Yakanan or Joseph, right? But what about Mary? Because Spirit ultimately chooses its next incarnation in every detail, including the parents. So why is Jesus married to a woman named Mary? Why is he associated with another woman named Mary who is said to be a prostitute, right? Who is said to be a gatherer of all these different kinds of spirits, which is nowhere in the Bible, by the way, right? So when you look at Catholicism, for example, Mary is the one who's most revered, not Jesus. He's like number 6 or 7 on the saints list, right? The reverence goes to Mary. There's a reason Catholicism was put on certain people across the world, because that's a deeper form of magic. Jesus is the Lion of Judah. You mentioned lions before. Why is the lion the king of the jungle, right? Lion is where we get the term husband. Husband means housebound man, right? What does that mean? That means that the lion is the one who stays around the den and takes care of the cubs all day. Because what does the divine feminine do? His flock of beautiful women, they go out and they get meat and they hunt for the entire pride. He watches the babies, right? And he defends them with his life if necessary, which is why they provide for everyone. You don't see that reflected in nature in such a dynamic way anywhere else. This is why they're the king of the jungle. And it's not that they are so great, it's because of their harnessing, mastering, respect of the divine feminine. And that is why you see what you see in the world today on top of the where we are celestially. If you look at this idea of transgenderism, men who want to be women have a very, very deep mother wound, right? And you can see that the opposite of that in very masculine women. Right now, we can call it feminism, we can call it this, or we can call it that, but that's what it boils down to. That balance has to shift out. So there always must be an equal and an opposite. Addressing that is already happening spiritually. Acknowledging it is going to be something else altogether.
That's so beautiful, man. I love that. The acknowledging, bringing the knowledge into the act and marrying the act with the knowledge so that the act reflects the knowledge and the knowledge becomes an extension and vehicle through which the act can find meaning and expression. One thing I liked about, I liked a lot of what you were saying, Quinty, I must admit. But one thing I particularly liked was your smash at the Catholics. I'm sorry. Coming from a Catholic background, I always love seeing a bit of good old-fashioned smashing. And I don't mean the people, because the people are lovely. I know some really lovely Catholics that live here. I'm in Simonstown. One guy keeps trying to get me to go to church with him. He wants to take me out for breakfast. And I'm like, no, I'm good. Lovely people. Though the idea that you can pay to have your sins removed, that's a concept that I never was able to adjust my head to. How much does it cost to take my sin away? How much do I need? Oh, that's a lot. What if I've got half? Can I remove half of my sins? How much does it cost to remove sins? I think it's become inflation has obviously had a huge impact on the Catholic tradition. because now they've got to change their prices. But getting serious, the word anode and the word cathode. Cathode, anode. Okay, so what's a cathode and what's an anode? What's Catholic? Why is it not anolic? Why are we not practicing the anolic religion? Why Catholic? What does a cathode do? Or what does an anode do? We're talking about electrolysis. We're talking about basic alchemy. This is how oxidation occurs. So the cathode separates. We're talking masculine force here, right? The cathode separates. It takes the electrons out, separating it from the element. The anode is the receptacle where the electrons are found to be absorbed into itself. So the anode receives in the way that a woman's body receives, and the cathode projects outwards, sort of like seminally, in the way that semen leave a man's body outwards, traveling outwards towards the feminine body. So can we see that the word Catholic is coming from the word cathode, connections with the linguistics, which is to separate, which is pure masculine force. No wonder it's all about this masculine presence, this masculine God, the Father. We've been taught that the Jewish tradition is all about the masculine presence, but what happened to the Shekinah? The Shekinah is a big part of this story if we really look at it. The animus, why is the animus being almost put to the back? You know, just how edited was the Torah? When was the Torah edited? And why is it called the Torah? Was it always called the Torah? In Hindi, this is cute. If you're in a restaurant and you order chai, you better say, Chini Torah Torah hoga, which means just a little bit of sugar, please. And you got to say it like a lot. You say Torah Torah, so they know. If you say Torah, they don't understand. You got to say Torah Torah. You got to mean I really want a little bit of sugar. Otherwise, they will sugar that tea to the point that your teeth will be like falling out of your mouth while you speak. So Torah means a little, less. So why is the Torah called the Torah? Is it less than what it used to be? Have they taken the Shekinah out? Were there other texts? Who were the Pharisees? Far eye sees, looking into the distance, but ignoring what's around you, in front of you. And if you look to the distance, it's easy to just see what you want to see without really focusing on the bigger, what's actually important picture that's right here. But I do think that looking at the word cathode and Catholic will give us a real depth of the mind control that was done to us to bring us into this ritual of masculinity. The whole ritual of masculinity was that only men could be priests. And there was no real place for women. Oh, hold on, there was a place for the women. They got put in a monastery in the back. They didn't have any role to play as bringing the community together. Who should have been bringing the community together, the man or the woman? The hearth? The hearth should bring the woman. The woman should be, when you go to church, there should be a woman bringing the community together, should be receiving the community. Why is it just all men? This is a Catholic trick. And so a lot of the heritage of our society in the West has actually been a reminiscent. It's what's left behind by the Catholic tradition that has basically defined much of Western culture through our religious practice, which became all the other Christian traditions. But they all started with the idea of the Catholic. And why are there not many women pastors? Why are there not many women priests? In other Christian religions, there are, but it's very hard to break out of this masculine mold that's been set for us by the Catholics. So I think Quinty pointed out something quite interesting, which is quite on point with the rituals that have been introduced to us and how we've been trapped in this ritual of masculinity, trying to get back to our femininity, all of us, men included. Men get affected by too much masculinity to become egotistical fools with penises that are ready to shoot, shoot fire at any woman that walks past, and compete with other men, and like be basically narcissistic, right? It's all about me, me, me. I want to control. I want to control. And the women have been taught to basically wear the mask and hide their true face and ensure that they are also competing with other women, because like my mask and your mask. And then of course they've got to choose a man based upon what he's got financially, what kind of car he drives. This is what's been brainwashed into women, that you got to, not in our modern culture, but in our old culture, she had to get a man that was a good breadwinner that could look after the family. So it was all keyed into finances. And it's just like basically Petra mentioned right in the beginning. I think there's a lot that we need to consider when we look at the meaning of words.
I'm going to have to get going, so I'll just say my last piece here and wish you all well. Looking at Catholicism specifically with the priests, of course, priests are seen as these above all others humans, right? They're closest to God. They have the ability to communicate with God. So we have been ritualistically taught that we are incapable of these very real things that we are in fact very capable of connecting to the divine. But specifically for women who have been taught to be, the downfall of man, right? Eve with the apple or whatever fruit they want to tell you that it was, that we are responsible for the downfall of humanity. So we are completely excluded from that altogether because of that. And absolutely, these ritualistically have been imprinted on us as a culture over time. And I wanted to say, going back to Quinty talking about these beautiful examples of love, and I just wanted to add that I particularly enjoy the example of the Virgin Mary as an example of love, unconditional compassion and love, and just to think of that story, whether you believe it's true or not, but Mary witnessing what Christ went through, being crucified, and having the strength to watch her son go through this and endure it, speaks volumes as far as maternal love goes, the depths that you feel as a mother. And as you said before, even to people that are not your children, like that's how extensive that maternal love is. So I just wanted to share that. But other than that, there was talk about competition between before. I think that you were talking about that, Franklin, the competition in the culture. And it used to be where you see men would compete for a woman. And now it seems that we all kind of just compete with each other. There is no balance. It's just competition all around. And so what I will end with, I guess, is, again, ritual is meant to instill these cultural beliefs. And so when you look at the word culture, of course, you see cult and tour. And so really it is the keeping on with a cult, the beliefs of a cult. And so I guess my question is that when you go through your life, it's important, I guess, to ask yourself, what cult am I being initiated into through these rituals? Because a lot of the time, you don't realize that you're being initiated into a ritual. So it's just something to be aware of. And oh, the one more thing that came to my mind when you were talking about the that separation being a masculine energy of pure force, of masculine energy. You see that with sperm as it penetrates the ovum. The energy of that penetration causes the egg to separate and divide and to create a child. So I thought that that was really telling and resonant. But with that, thank you all for sharing this space with me. Again, it's always been a pleasure. And I will talk to you all soon. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Petra, for bringing us this beautiful. You've just thrown so much fuel on the fire and you've smashed it. Like you really smashed it down, like dropped the hammer on this whole basic. And by mentioning the sperm, it's just like, wow, hats off. I can't wear a hat, but if I would, it'd be off. Promise you. Thank you for joining us with your wisdom and your understanding and bringing that beautiful feminine spirit.
My pleasure, everybody. Peace and blessing.
Peace and blessing.
Yes, many thanks. Om Shanti.
I'd love to hear Carlisle or Indy, your take. And I mean, she's dropped such bombs. Hey, wow.
Yeah, I'd like to do a little riff on that. I've just been listening to all these great things from everybody. Thank you so much, Petra and Quinty and Khalil. Glad to be here, just taking all this wisdom. But I've got a lot of things I've been trying to get down to. But I want to first address something that Petra said before when she was mentioning culture and keeping up with the cult, and kind of ties in with some things I was saying earlier. How when we have expectations, possibly for like the gender roles that we're supposed to fit into, expectations are almost like permission. So when we have stereotypes for something or some certain type of people, for those people to step out of that stereotype is to challenge the status quo and deviate from the norm. And when they do that, they're stepping into conflict. And so it takes a brave soul to be able to step out of the norm when they're trying to push us maybe into a toxic norm per se, and to step into something that's divine. Oftentimes you're going to go through isolation, ridicule, ostracization, all those things. But sometimes, it takes a brave soul to do it, but you're doing it for a good cause. You can have good intentions to be able to open up the door to a new way for people. And it takes being able to shine a light into the darkness. So, a lot of people are scared by that darkness and we're taught to fear that. But if you can find the courage in your heart to pave the way for a better way, if you know that things are in a way that's wrong. And this brought me into what I really have been trying to touch on from everything people have been saying about the mother's wound. And when we live in a fallen patriarchal society, we have a thing called the mother's wound that gets kind of brought down onto women, where they're taught, they have expectations to be weaker and inferior and be discriminated against. And so when they have those expectations and that stereotype pushed on them, that's one of the aspects. There's another aspect of being inferior to men. There's an aspect of genetic inheritance from the grandmother, where the eggs of her grandchildren are being created in her womb. So the grandmother has an influence on the eggs of her grandchildren genetically, and then the mother's nurture of the daughter will also instill upon them the ideations that they are lesser than, they're dirty, weak. And so that makes it very difficult for a woman to step out of these stereotypes. And we see that happening now, where women are stepping out of these gender roles. And a lot of times when something like this begins to happen, there will be from the top down a push into a different toxic extreme. And so women, instead of going into true sacred feminism and showing the power of nurture, the power of compassion, the power of care. They're being pushed into becoming masculine and be able to compete with the masculines on their level and fight fire with fire, which is destructive and will burn all the houses down. So, I mean, there's value to it all. And for women to be able to step out of that status quo, that's the first part. That's the most valuable thing, because that's the hardest part, is to step out from that norm. And if that's already been broken down, that wall's already been shattered, then people can choose whether they want to go into follow the people that are following into this road of a new toxic way, being misled, or they can follow into a new way that's going to bring people into the light. And when people see what they like and they see that it's going in a good direction, they will follow you, and that will bring people away from the lost herd that has been misled and led astray for so long. So I wanted to also mention quickly that with the mention of Ceres earlier, that is the goddess of fertility, which sounds all like love and light and beautiful, but actually Ceres happens to be the daughter of Saturn and Ops. And so from the dark came the light with Ceres. And we see this flux of light and dark with the gods and the goddesses. And in fact, Circe was a Greek goddess. I wanted to correct that and clarify. She was the daughter of Helios, the largest of the titans of the gods, the god of the sun. And so from the god of the sun came this daughter Circe, who neither had the look nor the voice of divinity. And so she was scorned and rejected by her kin amongst the gods, and chose to find companionship amongst mankind. And so she was kind of ostracized and kicked out, and like was tired of being ridiculed, and left, and decided to come down here to be with humans for companionship, and through which she was able to gain the powers of a power that was forbidden to the gods, witchcraft. And with witchcraft, she was able to turn men into pigs if they abused her hospitality. And so over time, her powers were demonized, and it was said that she was a cannibal. But in fact, she did not eat the pigs. She ended up meeting Odysseus, who was given the herb Molly by Hermes to prevent himself from being turned to a pig. And he had his kinsmen freed and turned back into men by Circe. So she was ultimately understanding and forgiving and undid her wrongdoings, but she was later demonized. So women of power have oftentimes not been shown the praise that they deserved. And this was a good example of it right here, where we see the misrepresentation of Circe, a powerful woman of witchcraft who was a goddess herself amongst mankind, and shown in a negative light. But it's good to know that the word church of Catholicism, and cathode being a negatively charged electrode, whereas they could have chose anode, positively charged, but did not. But Catholicism chose to use the word church for their spiritual worship centers off of the ideations of a powerful goddess. And so it does make sense that they worship Mary before Jesus there. That brings some resonance to this. Yeah, and I think Khalil wanted to say something potentially.
Thank you for that, Indy. I would only add that church and CSC and circle all mean the same thing. So we're talking again about this idea of coming back to the round, right? Um, there's so much here. I have to leave. I wish I had more time to stay with you. There's so much here, so much here. I want to say thank you, Franklin, for this wonderful space. I wish you the absolute greatest solstice, Christmas, holiday energy, spirit, and love you can fathom to all of you and yours. Lindy, I so value your heart balance with your intellect and your experience, and your ability to share that seamlessly is priceless. And I cannot thank you enough for that. Quinty, You have blessed us with so much. I promise I will tune in and listen to the rest of what you all have had to say that I'm going to miss. But you have truly, truly blessed us all with your wisdom today, Quinty, and I cannot thank you enough. Love, peace, and power to Patri and Jorge. I will see you soon. And love, peace, and power to everybody within the sound of my voice. I wish you the absolute best.
Love and power and peace and harmony to you, brother. Thank you for leaving us with that. The circle. It's interesting how we always come back to the circle, back to the hearth, back to the center. God bless you. Enjoy your day, your month, your week, ending of the year. And it's somebody's birthday. How far are we away from your birthday? How many hours is it on your end?
It is 2:04 p.m. here, so I guess technically
10.
speaking, yeah, hmm midnight. Well, it's funny you asked that. Technically speaking, according to the law, it would be midnight, but I was born at 8:59 a.m. and I used to wake up and choke long before I knew that I was born through cesarean section. So that was a bit of a spiritual reminder of a spiritual reminder. Very, very interesting. Hopefully that won't be the case this year.
Well, so much love to you. Enjoy your birthday. I hope it's a phenomenally beautiful, specially charged day, which I'm sure it will be. Sending you all the love, everybody out there. Birthday wishes for our beautiful Dr. K, who left us all with such lovely blessings and beautiful, soft, deep words that come from the heart of the divine feminine, full of love and compassion. So much love to you. Such a beautiful man, such a beautiful mind, such a beautiful heart. And yeah, you bring beauty to us all. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Franklin. That was the greatest gift I could ask for. All love to you. Thank you.
Many thanks, Khalil. Always great to have you with your wisdom and your knowledgeability. Such a blessing. Om Shanti. Blessed be.
Om
See
Shanti.
you soon, Dr. K.
See you
Thank you.
soon,
Yep.
y'all. To you, Quinty. Thank you.
Who wants to respond to what Dr. K was dropping with us and what's been on the table? We've got so much to look at. I was trying to make this a short show, but I got a feeling there's still a lot that's got to come up. Anybody want to run with the ball?
Well, when you were talking and when Indy was talking, I saw the Sri Yantra mandala, and we have the same thing in over here in America. The what are they called? Comanche. They did sand art too. Same thing. They make it and then destroy it. Same way.
Yeah.
Interesting. But when I thought about it, I could see the importance of it. It's like the masculine, feminine aspects together, making a whole thing. Like you got the upward triangles and you got the downward triangles, and you got the different colors and all that stuff. And what I thought was about Catholics. I wanted to really, maybe if I could, share the truth about them, because there's a lot of confusion about Catholics. People may not understand what they do, what they are, or where they're from, and what the stuff means. Um, but like you, Franklin, I don't hate or dislike Catholic people. I just dislike the what do you call it, the deception in the religion itself. Um, Catholicism is really Babylonian worship of, I don't know, a woman, or like the man child thing. That's the whole. It comes from Babylon, like the Nimrod in the Bible. But if I go back and actually get the history, it's something else. It's not called Nimrod. It's like Tammuz and all this other stuff. It's that. That's what it is. They say it's Jesus and they say it's Mary, but that's not. But they're just using a, what do you call it? A synonym, or what do you call it when someone uses a different name? They're just doing that, but they're worshiping the same stuff.
Misnomer.
Misnomer, yeah, exactly. So that's what they're doing. It's that they worship. I don't know how to explain it, but they don't separate Catholics. Interesting enough, they're the only. It's weird how similar they are to Vedic studies, but it's different. They're using it to bring people in, while Vedic is trying to help folks. Like when you study Vedic and Ayurvedic stuff, it's to help you on your journey. Like it's kind of like Buddhism. It's like all this information, all these different schools of thought to help you. But in Catholicism, they're just grabbing everything they can to make you feel comfortable if you're different. They're like, oh, we got this too, come in. We got this too, come in. We got this too, come in, be a Catholic or go to hell. And it's like, dang, you know? So that's what they're doing. It's like a manipulation. It's weird. And they're inverting the feminine. That's the whole point of the Pope. Like he wears that little 3-crown thing from Egypt. It represents uh, the earth and the heavens and hell, but to them they would say it's something else. They would say it's how would they say it? They would say it's like spiritual at the top and the matter at the bottom. Oh, go ahead. What were you saying?
The Sacred Trinity.
Yeah, but man, Catholics are tricky. They get people. Like the things they say don't mean what they say. They're trying to tell you that you're 3 circles in shackles. That's basically what they're trying to tell you. They're trying to bring forth that the story of Isis when he died, not Isis, sorry, Osiris when he died, and then he got brought back to life, and then died again, and brought back to life, and died again, and brought back to life, and died again 3 times. So they're trying to tell you that you're under a spell, a threefold spell, thrice born, thrice whatever. It's that, and they're just trying to make fun, not really make fun, but they're trying to like put you in a purgatory of your own spiritual journey. They're trying to take you from what you can experience to go through a dogma, like some sort of penance where you feel guilty, then you pay it off, like Shaman said, and then you feel good, then you do something, and then you feel guilty because you didn't know that was bad, then you pay it off. It's a repeat. They just do that all the time. The thing, though, that I like about Catholicism, because I really studied it, I went into it, went to the churches and everything, is their ritual. Like I love the altar boy ritual. I love Black Mass. What else do they do? I like their Christmas thing, which they call it something else, like what do they call it? The holiday of Anon or Anon something. And I like that because it helps people play the myth. Like they get to play the myth in their life. They get to go out. The boy gets to go out when he's an altar boy. He gets to go to the school, separate himself from his family, become an individual, become a man, go through that whole process. It's cool. It shakes him up. The preacher or the priest, whatever, usually slaps you in the face at the altar boy thing. He to wake you, like it's to revigorate that spirit of coming out of the womb again, like baptism for the real Jesus folks. And I think that's cool. And for women, they do this thing where women really get to be involved. They don't have to be what do you call it, subservient to dudes when they do the plays, or they orchestrate the choirs and orchestrate the dates and stuff. Like women get a big role in that religion. It's just that the religion doesn't tell you. They just I don't know, they throw all this stuff at you from all over the place and say this is Catholic just because we said so. And you're like, okay, it doesn't seem like it because this doesn't, this isn't like this. It's not in the Bible. Stop reading the Bible. They tell you not to read the Bible. It's interesting. But I like the rituals. That's what I wanted to say. The rituals really take people from dead spiritual state and uplift them if they go through it. And where they go from there is really scary because the dogma kind of suppresses you, kind of caps you off at a ceiling. But if you go beyond and actually explore and read your Bible, you'll go beyond that. But I like the ritual of Catholicism. But Catholicism itself, not really. Like you said, Indy, the church, they don't really call them churches. They call them cathedrals or, what do they call them? They call them cathedrals or places of, they have a certain name to it, a Roman name, like a Latin name for churches. Churches are usually Pentecostal things, and the Catholics used to burn the Pentecostal people because Catholics wanted to include so much stuff and be vague, and the Pentecost people or the Protestants wanted to really stay true to the Bible and the book. But basically, I agree with everything you guys say. I love that you brought up the church because the church, the way it's built, represents the womb. That's why I thought about the Sri Yantra mandala, because when you look at a church, at the center is the what do you call it? The what is that called? The altar, the thing that the guy preaches at, and then at the entrance there's a door, and the door is the cavity to the vagina, and then you got an aisle that goes to the altar. It's the same. It's the same. They're worshiping the woman, just like the Sri Yantra mandala is trying to explain that the material world is like a woman's womb, and the thing that keeps it running is the, what do you call it, the unseen masculine uplifting energy, whatever it's called. I like it. When you look at what do you call it, Shivaism, it really goes in detail about it for books and books, hours and hours, and I think it's cool. This is a tangent because I'm done, but I think it's cool that Shivaism survived because all their books were burned and they got rewritten, and they still have so much adequate elegance in explaining the different polarities and the energy in our universe. But that's pretty much it.
A lot of beautiful insights shared there. And I think it's really important for us to realize how these traditions have represented the divine feminine in the way that they are, but taken the emphasis off of the divine feminine, put it onto the masculine exclusively, while hiding in plain sight the fact that it's all about the divine feminine. I think the reason for that was, and now we're getting into the slightly tin hat scenarios, was that let's look at where the Catholic tradition came from. Let's look at it. Let's be objective. So what I have gathered, and check me if I'm wrong, history has been tinted, so I can't even rely on what I've gotten from history, but my appreciation and understanding of the history that I have received paints a particular picture. The dates could be wrong. Much of it could have been changed, but we'll ride with it for now to get an idea. It's all we have. So there was this Gnostic Christianity, which seemed to be the way of Christ, which insisted that, and I use the word Christ very lightly, I should speak about Emmanuel, because the word Christos hadn't been mentioned yet. That came later. So Emmanuel, who was the prophet or the whatever we want to call him, in that time before the Catholic tradition had started, was teaching that humanity had to look within. That's the divine feminine, on a journey within ourselves to find the spirit of the Father within us, to find the spirit within us, to find the divinity within us, that we wouldn't find it in buildings, and that we weren't going to find it in the world, and that we should give money to Caesar and not concern ourselves with such things, but concern ourselves with the inner life. And that's a very Gnostic idea, as in the gnosis, meaning that we can all attain to the spirit of divinity by searching within us, and we didn't need or require anything from the external in order to facilitate this connection with the divine. For the divine is already within us. That's the basis of the Gnostic practice, that each one of us can attain to the principles of the divine expression and be able to manifest it through our consciousness field into our bodies. Then what happened was there were sects of what we're going to call Jews. We don't know if that's the right word, because we know that words have been played with, but we'll use that word for now, conscious that we're probably making a mistake with the words. And so there were these different Jewish groups that were at war. There were the Pharisees that had a very powerful effect on the Judaic, and there were other different sects. And we speak about the Jewish people as being one people. No, they were not. There were different groups, all with different ideas. And so there was starting a civil war in the streets of what they have dubbed to be Rome, the Roman Empire. Once again, a very clever Greek idea to create Latin so that the people inducted into their society would believe that they are a part of the society and they speak in the same language, same words, it's written the same, it looks the same, only they were speaking Latin, not Greek, and they didn't really realize the difference. Clever, genius, if you want to subjugate a group of people. So anyway, these people that were now part of this entire empire were at odds. There was one group of people that believed that Emmanuel was a messenger sent from God to show us the new way. And there were others that claimed that he was not the savior, that he was not the Messiah. So the Messiah was in question by the different groups of what were called the Judaic peoples. And so there started to be a civil war. Now, this is the way history is portrayed. Now, we know that history is owned by the victors. So these good guys, right? The emperors of Rome got together and in all their wisdom and in all their selflessness applied their abundant wisdom to find a solution for the situation. And they looked at it and they said, well, you are both calling yourselves Jews. This is a problem. Because the Jewish people were like, you cannot call yourself Jews. You are not practicing the Judaism that was handed to us from Moses. You are practicing some new form of Judaism by the other guy who called himself a Jew, but taught us the new form of Judaism. And he was proclaimed to be this savior that he wasn't, according to our opinions. So a war broke out between these two sects. They were both calling themselves Jews, or the equivalent of whatever the word was that we know as the word Jew today. Just like the Indians were not calling themselves Indians, they were calling themselves Bharat. I'm sure these people were calling themselves something other than Jew. But regardless, so the Roman emperor and the Roman aristocracy got together and they thought, like, what shall we do? I know. Let's decide that one of the groups are not allowed to be Jews anymore. So by order, in order to maintain the peace in their, because they were a selfless group of Greek aristocracy. Let's not call them Roman, because so-called Rome was run by the Greek aristocrats. Let's call it what it is. A racket called Rome, run by the Greeks. And so these Greek masters of the society came in and said, well, there's only one solution. You are not allowed to call yourself Jews anymore. because they are going to kill you if you call yourself Jews. You're going to defend yourselves and fight them and kill each other on the streets. And this war is breaking apart our society. We cannot tolerate this. Our society is one of peace. So in order to uphold the peace, we are telling you by order, you may not call yourself Jew anymore. But don't worry, we are going to tell you what you can call yourselves, and we're going to standardize your religion for you. So they collected all the texts. There were more than 97, 98. There was, call it 100 texts. And they said, well, this New Testament of 100 texts, we're just going to, more than 100, I actually think. We're going to banish 90 something odd of them and say these are not acceptable texts. Probably edit some of the texts that were allowed. Take out the bits that weren't appropriate according to our notion of what is going to maintain the peace between the Jews and the not Jews. And we're going to tell you now that your master, who is the Savior, is to be called the Christos. We call him the Christos because in our tradition, we have the same story, guy on the cross, 3 days, resurrected, and he awakened the Christos as anointed presence within the crown, Sastra chakra, after purifying his chakras, purifying his system, Kundalini energy. We spoke about this in the last thing, I believe. I did a long talk on this. It's on my group. I ended up responding in a group, a 30-minute long chat. Just a response. Sorry, I can go on. So anyway, this then was taken to become the new name for Emmanuel. We'll call him the Christos. It's a Greek word. We like it. It works well in our society. You'll all know who we're talking about. You can't call him the Messiah anymore because that's going to wind up the Jews. The Jews who call themselves Jews, they don't consider you Jews, so we're not considering you Jews. Because Emmanuel said that anybody can follow me and become my religion. But those Jews decided that you have to be born into that lineage. And if you're not born into that lineage, they won't accept you as Jews and they will call you sacrilegious and kill you. So you people weren't born with the same bloodline as these people exactly, not directly according to their opinion. So you may not call yourself Jews. So we're going to let you call yourself Christians. And so we got a council together and we voted on how to amend your canon. We put your canon together for you. We translated the original texts of the real, what we consider the real Jews, put it in as the Old Testament, took some of the books that were allowed of all of these Emmanuel's teachings, put them in as the New Testament, canonized it, and said, this is your Bible. This is now what you use. Oh, Sabbath. You all practice a Sabbath on the Saturday. Those Jews don't like you practicing a Sabbath on the Saturday, so you're not allowed to have a Sabbath on the Saturday. From now on, your Saturday, which means Shabbat, which comes from the word Shabbatai, which means Saturn, your Shabbat now will be on Sunday. Because our bloke who did the 3 days on the cross and was from a virgin, born from a virgin, and was resurrected and had the Christos anointed oil, his sacred day was the day of Helios, the day of the sun. So we are now going to say that that's how this is going to work. Your new Sabbath is Sunday. And just to make sure that everybody's sure about what's happening here, we want the Greeks that are current to accept you as well as the Romans. So we're going to keep the spirit of Zeus alive. And we're going to say the words for Ia Zeus, which means praise to Zeus. And we're going to add that on as a suffix to the first name of the Christos. So from now on, you will call him Zeus Christos. That's the new name of your Savior. And if we catch you saying any of the other words, you will be put to death. If we catch you reading any of the other old texts, you will be put to death. If you circulate any of those other texts, there will be trouble. These are the only texts that are allowed because those other texts are sacrilegious to those Jews. They don't appreciate them and they're going to declare war on you and kill you. So we don't want that. So we are doing this in the best interests of everybody. And we're canonizing your religion for you. And we are now creating this new form of Christos worship. And that was the beginning of Catholicism. That's something to digest, isn't it? It's like a real mouthful to just digest what happened historically. And that was the basis of the Catholic tradition. And from then on, the popes were added, and they thought, well, let's mix it up. Let's throw in some Babylonian. If we're going to confuse these people, we better confuse them properly. Let's throw in a bit of Babylonian, let's mix it up. Let's make a creative ensemble of various world religions. They won't know their roots. They don't need to know their roots. They don't need to know that they are practicing the cult of Mithras. They don't need to realize that this is the Mithras tradition that has been revamped, given to them in the form of their savior. They won't know. You know why? Because we'll ban books. We'll ban them from reading. They're not even allowed to read about their own tradition other than what we've allowed them to read about their tradition. So they will believe what we tell them. And we will then decide that this man is being given the blessings by God in order to speak for God. And anybody that contradicts him is blaspheming or is cursing against God, because that is the presence of God. So he will tell them how this works, and they will all sit down, shut up, and like it. And anybody that dissents, we will call them bad names. We will take their lands. We will hurt them. We will murder them. We will kill them. We will kill their wives. We will kill their children. We will take their money. We will make them suffer and live in subjugation of fear. And this became the tradition of the Catholics right up until it got out of hand, and we called that the Inquisition. And they obviously then had to go create these great armies that would go around the world, forcing this religion upon everybody else in order to create this Roman Empire that we as the Greeks have invented, using this religion as a tool, using these rituals to subjugate the people, to create this fear, panicked reality that if you speak against that man with the black dress, you get hurt. In fact, you get called witch, you get called evil, you get called possessed, you get called whatever they want to call you. You get thrown in a river with a rock tied to yourself, you get set on fire, your children and family get set on fire, your riches and your lands get taken and held by the church. And they thought, oh, hold a moment, that's a nice one. So when we kill the people, we can take their lands. Why do you think the church is owning so much land? Do you think people gave them the land? Where did all the land come from that the church owned? Let's think for a moment. The Catholic Church, before it split up, owned so much because it had killed so many people over the ages. In order to subjugate the rest of the people, they had to make examples. Every town, well, make an example out of you. Ooh, this one's quite rich. Maybe we should accuse them of being witches and take their land. And bit by bit, the lands of the church grew. The money in the church grew. Everybody had to make donations to the church. Then they decided, oh, this tithe works quite well. We'll take 10% of what everybody owns. Where do you think taxes come from? So there's a lot to consider here when we consider the mind control, consider the way in which religion has been used to subjugate humanity, to control the way we think, to control our subconscious behavior, our conscious behavior through the manipulation of fear. And then the noose. The noose came out, and they figured, well, news. So they got a bell ringer, and the bell ringer would ring the bell, and he would be the official dispenser of the news. And the news would be told to everybody, and that would be the truth. So they developed systemically from this religious infrastructure to create the other infrastructures that we are now living under, which has become, in effect, the corporate empire, which is nothing more than what the Greeks did with Rome. I don't know. I'd love to throw that out there. What do you two guys feel about all of this?
I think it's amazing. I feel like the apocryphal works that have been taken out, I feel like there's probably a lot of hidden information there that they didn't want people to know. Whereas I think some of the stuff may have been irrelevant or just too context specific for times that had passed. But it's so fascinating how it all broke down between Rome, Greece, and Israel. The Israelites. It's absolutely fascinating. And when you look back further at the Canaanites, and the Philistines and their battles with them, and their inception when they all came together across the Red Sea and then battled at the walls of Jericho. It's such an amazing story. It's interesting when you see all the different interpretations. I love the work of Paul Wallace and Maurizio Bellizio, I think his name is, who is uh, a professional translator for the Vatican. They've been able to retranslate the Bible to understand that it had been altered by Isaiah around 600 BC. The names of all the different gods and the goddesses were all changed only to Yahweh or Jehovah. Um, there's mention of goddesses in the work of the Tanakh, which became the Torah and the Old Testament and the Quran, uh, of the goddess Asherat, who was the wife of the Most High God El Shaddai. Some people considered El Elyon to be the Most High. I think that El Elyon may have been the Most High under El Shaddai. I feel like he was ruling over lords at a lower realm, but that's to be determined. But Asherat, her name was translated to the sacred tree of life, what is known as the Sephirothic labyrinth in Kabbalah, I believe. And her name was also translated to the rock or foundation. And her name is also translated to Jerusalem, which means I know Salem is like a sanctuary. In Jeru, I'm not sure, but I know Israel means the battle of the angel and demon, if I'm not mistaken. But there's so much information there that's been lost. Paul Maurizio and Paul Wallace and Maurizio are trying to Mauricio, I believe it is, are trying to figure out how to interpret this as if God, Jehovah, was actually a human figure, superhuman God um, of godly powers, and that he warred with other gods. And in the pantheon of the henotheistic religion of Judaism, they changed it to a monotheism in 600 BC. But as was mentioned earlier, they don't really want to show us where the source of the information comes from. They want to show us what's on the platter of what we're allowed to see now. But if we look back at it and we see that there were multiple different gods and that they chose to favor Jehovah, um, it's very interesting. I feel like they didn't necessarily favor Jehovah out of their own decision. It seems like Jehovah was the god of wrath and brimstone and hellfire and really scared them into obedience. And so he had more of impact on the people in the deserts there that were kind of struggling and warring amongst each other. And so it kind of kept them um, probably more in a harmony with one another, being scared to be punished by Jehovah. And so it kind of helped them in many ways, although it also subjugated them to living in fear, which has been passed down through many generations. But that's why there was room for a time of Jesus for that fear mongering to change into a different message of love and compassion. And that was a beautiful time when that process happened, through the rise of the Messiah of the age of Pisces. And now we're coming into the age of Aquarius and should be expecting a new spiritual leadership or guidance to be kind of change of the guard from the Piscean age as we rise into the golden age. We're in its inception now. It may take 20,000 years, but we're falling out of the dark age and we're rising up into a new golden age right now, as we see with the rise up of matriarchal leaders around the world. Female prime ministers, for the first time in many nations, are making strides to improve human rights for women across the globe. And we see women in Brazil, India, Iceland, many other countries doing amazing things in this battle that we're undertaking right now to get women the rights they deserve, overcome the discrimination and enslavement they've undergone for the last 6,000 years. And hopefully we can uncover some of the lost history of our true past that has been kind of hidden from us, but it's there. It's right beneath everything else, and it's being hidden, but it's right under our noses. So it's a beautiful time of the golden age of information when this can come into light.
Thank you, Indy.
I just wanted to add one thing, and it's only going to be a moment. The name, which we're pronouncing Yahweh, which I don't think is correct. I think it's more like Yahweh, which is more like E, A, O, U, E. It's the 5 vowels in a string.
Yeah.
It's the tetragrammaton. It's never written in the Torah, by the way.
Right. I
It
think
was
it's
never ever written down
still
anywhere.
out of a
It
song.
was never written. It was always inferred by people's opinions. And the word Adonai
Right.
and El were always actually written.
Mhm.
And it was a secret club of people that suggested that this is related to that. In fact, there's no real reference of Yahweh having anything to do with anything in the actual Torah, which is interesting. Makes us wonder whether somebody hijacked that name and put the tetragrammaton to be related, but you weren't allowed to say that name. You got stoned to death if you even insinuated that name. So when they were talking about El, is actually who they were talking about, who when they tell us about Yahweh. And when they were talking about Adonai, and I want to add to the fact that Adonai, Landon, Adonai, and you mentioned El Shaddai, right?
Mm.
And Al Shaddai is the personality of the moon, of Yeshut. So when we're speaking of Al Shaddai, we're talking about in the Babylonian tradition, the first of the gods was the moon. And from the moon came all the other gods. So Al Shaddai is the oldest of the gods, I believe.
Yes.
Please, Quinty, you wanted to say something.
Yeah. Thank you, Shaman. You're right about El Shaddai and the moon. Absolutely. 100%. That was amazing, actually. I'm surprised you know that. I'm surprised. But Indy, Jerusalem is Jerusalem or Jerusalem. It means Yah is my peace. Yah is God's name. And then Israel is exactly what you meant. It means El made it, or El prevailed. It means God prevailed. El. It's about, the story is about Jacob and some mystery angel, but it's basically about the fight between angels and demons. Which one is gonna come out on top? And if you look around, you'll see which one is winning. um, but Asheroth, she, man, how do I explain this without being, what do you call it, condescending or whatever? I don't want to sound condescending. I'm trying to make it easy to understand. Asheroth, the Queen of Heaven, she's she's about psychedelics, pretty much. It's not about a woman. It's not about vegetation. It's not about trees. It's about drugs. It's about reaching God, or reaching understandings of God without doing anything. It's like if you take acid or mushrooms, you can experience divinity, but you never really experienced it because you didn't do nothing. Like you didn't go out and fight in a war. You didn't go out and kill something and bring it back home. Like you didn't experience anything real. It's like you know what I mean? It's fake. It's I don't know, like artificial. So that's why they didn't like that. Asheroth meant pseudo, pseudo experience. Same thing with Thoth. Thoth, his daughter, I forgot her name, but she's marijuana, and a lot of people know that she represents psychedelics again. They used to put her in churches because when you go into a church and you smell marijuana, it'll help you understand things spiritually. But throughout the time, they realized that people would just stand outside and wouldn't come in, and so they stopped. They stopped that, and they kind of demonized her. But if you go on Wikipedia, see her in like a leopard skin, and they'll tell you that her name means goddess or something. But her name. She doesn't have the what do you call it? The hieroglyph for God or goddess in her name, so she's not like they Wikipedia lies. But anyhow, uh, I wanted to tell you that yeah, you're right about what you said about Israel and um, El Elyon. Yeah, the highest, and Shaman's right about El Shaddai being the moon phases. Because right when God told Moses, my name is the Almighty God, El Shaddai, uh, he started teaching Moses about the Sabbath and that the new moon is a new Sabbath day and blah, blah, blah. And, we had the whole golden calf thing, and we had, the women menstruation being demonized, and the name of the book Leviticus and Deuteronomy. It's all tied together. It's amazing that Shaman knew that. I'm really blown away. Like it interesting. Makes me makes me want to like shake Shaman's brain and see what comes out of it. It's really surprising. But I wanted to ask Indy. Indy, do you realize that you being born under Virgo
Yeah.
makes you it makes you really unique in a sense. Not
Well,
trying to not trying to like pull your leg or whatever, but
7 minutes cusp.
Jesus is a Virgo. That's something people don't get. Jesus is a Virgo because the story, if you try to take it zodiacally,
It's
is
a
that
grazing sheep, right?
yeah, exactly, and like he's born to show that the virgin up there is maybe the most important um, aspect of humanity to come back. The the maiden, the woman who's you know not really thought too much of. Like I said, Persephone in Greek, she represents the same thing. Um, and I wanted to mention that since you're a Virgo, um, and you're doing shadow work and everything, and the way your life has been when you shared last time, I remember, um, is very similar to Jesus. Like it's kind of the same. Um,
I'm
and
a
I
one.
wanted you to understand, or I wanted you to know that I like that you take this stuff seriously and that you write stuff down or you study. I think that's cool, and I think that it's important. But I also
That's big
want
for
to bring up.
Mercury.
Oh, what'd you say?
It's big for Virgos is Mercury, information, communication.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And but I wanted to say that information, Voltaire really helped me in my life because I was really into Aristotle. I was reading all his books. I was into Plato. I was in Socrates. But Voltaire, the French literalist, he he broke my brain in a good way. He said there's a famous phrase. I can't say it in French right now because I don't remember it. I'm studying something else. But he said, "What's the worst thing about libraries?" And people would say, "What?" And he said, "Is that you never find 1 cent." And people were like, "Oh, that's funny." It's a French humor. He's saying that in a library, there's a bunch of knowledge, a bunch of books, but none of them have any sense, and none of them have any real knowledge in them. And he puts like a coin of phrase for sense, like in money. but common sense also. There's no common sense in the things you can learn from information.
Priceless.
And for me, when I learned that from Voltaire, I started to, when I read things and when I study stuff, I try to practice it. And when I practice it, I see if it worked and if it really was true. And a lot of stuff that I learned from Greek philosophy doesn't work. I tried it. Maybe it works for other people, but I tried out so much of it, it doesn't work. And when I tried Aleister Crowley's stuff, it didn't work. And I was wondering, am I doing it wrong? Am I not initiated enough? What am I doing? What am I reading wrong? I got all the stuff. And then I started to realize that some things are mind games, are like mind traps. Even Buddhism is a mind game. It's for entertainment. Buddha, if you read all of his, what do you call them? Books or sannyasas, whatever you call them. If you read them all, if you get to the last one, when he talks about slipstream entry, Buddha will tell you that, hey, you got this far, that's great. You're trying to reach your Buddha nature, but guess what? You're doing it wrong because you're following me, and you're going based on what I'm telling you. And I was like, what? And I got so upset that I started going backwards to read the things that I missed and see if I messed up. I'm like, why would Buddha be telling me this now after I've been following this dude for so long in all these books? And I finally got to realize that only your personal experience based on the things that you learn when you try it out can really bring you to a balance that is yours. Like, balance is not something you can get from anybody else. No one can really give you the steps of really how they ride a bike. You have to try it yourself and get it. No one can help you learn how to ride a unicycle. You gotta get on it, break your butt, and get it. Like, no one can teach you really how to do a long jump with the pole thing. You gotta really do it, you know? And for me, the Virgo people, we are almost really like Gemini. We like to read a lot, and we'll study something and we'll get it 100%, know exactly how it's written, know all the ins and outs of it. But in the end, we're just like copycats. We just copied somebody's stuff, and we didn't really find our own balance in that stuff that we learned from somebody else. Because I'll tell you, like when I was studying Jung, and I learned everything about the archetypes, I was like, all right, I got it. So now it's time to incorporate everything I learned about the animus and anima and all that stuff into my life. I tried it. Everything went crazy, and I was like, oh shit, this is some messed up chaos magic or whatever. And I was like, okay, I need to really find out my own self, my own balance between all this information, all these archetypes that exist in me. I got to find my own balance, not the balance that Jung had, or not the balance that this other, Rosicrucian guy had. I got to find my own. And I think that's what you do. I think that's great. I'd like to see. I see that in you. I always want to let you know, because Virgos, we're different. We're just interesting in that way. Like we really like information, and sometimes we get away with it. But yeah, I just wanted to tell you that, and that the Hebrew people, you're right. They did change all their stuff. But for me, Shaman, Yahweh, over in America, the natives, a lot of the natives spoke Hebrew. It's weird. I don't know why. Especially the Chamach Indians, or the Hopi Indians. They speak a lot of Hebrew in their words, but they don't, they never came in contact. It's weird. But Yah, Ha, Hey, Yah, That's how they say the Great Spirit in our language. In most of our songs, or we'll say, Yahweh, or we'll say, Yahweh, or we'll say, Yahuwah, Yahuwah, yeah, Yahuwah, Yahuwah, Yah. Like, it's people have told me when I asked them where that word comes from, the old, old people who remember stories. They said that the word means breath itself. That the intake, the ya, or the ya, is intaking, and the exhale is the hua, and it's like just it's the word for breathing, because the first beginning, they say the Great Spirit, or Elohim, created man and breathed spirit in him. So the first thing Adam said was Yahuwah, or Yahuwah, to breathe out, to breathe in, breathe out. That's all I got.
Well, that's really beautiful. I like to respond to the breathing part. I like to respond to what you said earlier about yeah. And there's something else I want to respond to, if I'm going to remember. So I want to go back to what you said earlier about yeah. And Rishi made an interesting point, which is still on the screen, about one of the moons of Jupiter being called Ea. Now, when you go back to the Sumerian, which is some of the oldest records that we have, one considers Enki. Enki was called in Akkadian. Obviously, the Akkadian supplanted the Sumerian language. And in Akkadian, they speak of Enki as being Ea. This is very important in understanding who Ea is. We're talking about Enki. So when we are talking in the Bible, I believe, about Ea, or the Old Testament, we're talking about Enki. And it's very fascinating, because this is Akkadian is a very, very old language. Obviously, we're talking fairly ancient, and the Phoenicians were also mirroring these ideas. So Ea, we can equate, we know that Ea is what Enki was called, and Ea is Ea. Then we look at the Tetragrammaton. Now, the Tetragrammaton is a development of Enki's name, Ea. And so, okay, when you chant the Aum, right, there's three parts of the Aum. There's the A, U, M. But when you actually chant it, there's 5 syllables. There's 5 twists of sound if you really listen to it when you chant it. And if you go, you'll see there's 5 different tonal shifts within that chant, which is fascinating. Now we need to look at the Tetragrammaton. The Tetragrammaton is a development of Enki's name in Akkadian, which is Ea. And Ea is what became the first part of Jesus's name. Ea Zeus. Ea Zeus. So when we are saying praise be to Zeus, we are saying Enki's Akkadian name as a prefix to the word Zeus, meaning Jesus. So these names are all very ancient, very connected. Now looking at the Tetragrammaton. The Tetragrammaton consists of 4 letters. The first is Ea, E-A. Then we've got O, which is the Vav, O, and then A. So E, A, O. Sorry, the last one, E. What am I saying? E, A, O, E. But between O and E, there's a swing of the mouth. O, e, but say it with one sound. O, e. So there's this syllable, the U, coming into play. So when you chant the words of the Tetragrammaton, the name that we know as Yahweh from going back, now we're looking towards the Sumerian language, again, from whence these names have been derived. We're looking at a name which consists of 4 letters, but has 5 vowels. It's a 4-lettered name that are encapturing 5 vowels. There's something quite profound happening here. But 1 letter is repeated. Now you talk about breathing. So you've got the in-breath and you've got the out-breath as in, receiving, and out, giving. And then you've got holding, which is the holding within and holding without. So holding and holding is the same. Taking in is different. Giving out is different. So you have 3 principles happening when you breathe. The yot, right? And the vav are an interesting concept here, because the yot is the primal spirit and the vav is what connects the primal spirit. So we've got the hair, but the hair is in 2 places. It's the container of the Tetragrammaton. So from a cosmological perspective, we're looking at the principle of taking in, holding, giving off, holding. So holding is repeated. So ia, oe. So a and e are 2 forms of hair, or actually the hair is expressing the vowel of aleph. Now this is really important to understand, because breathing is the element of air, and the element of air is captured by aleph, which is the primal spirit. The primal spirit, which is aleph, is what is breathed, represented by the ox. The ox is representative of life force, prana, in the same way that Lakshmi brings the life into our bodies, the prana. The ox, the bull, same idea. This is why the ox was always sacrificed. The bulls. This is what the matador was all about. Sacrifice of the bulls. This is why the bulls were what they were making, golden calves, golden bulls, representing this principle of the divine air, which is Vav. Vav is the representative of the divine air. Why? Because Vav, not because it represents Taurus, but because a Vav is a nail that connects one thing to another. And in building, in architecture, the nail is what connects. The air is what connects the fire to the water when we consider the 3 fundamental elements, which is the aleph, the mem, and the shin. The aleph, the mem, and the shin. I'm sorry, people in the chat, if I'm going a bit far out here, but this is quite important to understand the mechanics of the name of the Tetragrammaton. And understanding the mechanics of the Tetragrammaton. Oh my gosh, Soraya, I'm going to get back to this just now.
Soraya.
Welcome, Soraya. How are you doing? I actually saw you pop in earlier, and then you weren't there. And I hope you're having an absolutely gorgeous day. I'd like to introduce Soraya. Sorry, I slipped. I was listening, and I got zoned out. Soraya is a wonderful poetess and an inspirer. She brings beautiful information to bear. She's going to tell you now about her channels on Telegram. A really awesome sister and a mother, and well learned, well intuitively graced, and intellectually stimulated. And you were talking about Virgo. Virgo is the feminine pole of Mercury. Mercury is the key to she's the voice of Gemini. So she's the masculine pole of the Mercury, which is the communication. Welcome, Soraya. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, and do please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Soraya.
Hi, Quinty.
Before I continue, I'd love to give Soraya the stage.
I was enjoying what you all said so
Okay,
far.
I'll continue without losing my place. So the vav is what connects fire to water. Now, the aleph is representing the principle of air in its state. The vav is representing the principle of air in its dynamism. Because its dynamism is being expressed, it's the polarity of aleph, which means aleph represents the element of air. What stands opposite from air? Earth. Earth is the polarity of air. So Taurus, the polarity of air, fixed earth, is representing Vav. But Vav and Aleph are two aspects of the life force. One is in dynamic procession, and the other one is in its principle, as it is a principality of life force. The other one is life force as it's moving. So when we speak of the tetragrammaton, we use the Vav and not the Aleph for that name because it's different inflection. And the nail is what's connecting the Yot. The Yot represents the fire. It actually looks like a little flame. Now, Shin is the state of fire, but Yot is the dynamic movement of fire. Yot, interestingly, is Virgo because the fire of the intellect is being stimulated by Virgo. It's being moved. The information is being carried. The principle of carrier, even though it's not a fire sign, it's got a fiery intellect. So the principle of fire of Yot represents that primal first Yot, fire, the primal movement of the life force, which is Vav, and the hair represents the container. And so hair in this story is representing both the water and the earth, which is quite interesting. So the water and the earth is being represented by hair in its two forms. And so mime, which is the state of water, is its true state, but water in its dynamic form is reflective. It's reflective as being both the earth, because it becomes the earth. It's through water that the crystallization process happens for rocks to form. And water is also what breaks things, dissolves things down, dissolves rocks. So water is another aspect of the polarity of this principle of manifestation, which I think might be relating to the creative life force that is brought by water. For water is the expression of life force, but water is also the womb. So water is a very interesting element when we look at it. So when we look at the tetragrammaton, we've got the principles of fire and water, but we've got the principle of air that connects the fire to the water. So the fire touches the water through the vav. It heats the water. Then the water, after being heated by the fire through the principle of vav, cools to solidify and become the second hair. So the a, as an expression of the life force, is a, the breath is being heated. The air, the breath is being cooled, as a metaphor. So when we look at this tetragrammaton, we're talking about something which relates to three principles that are operating four spaces. But it is well known in the Kabbalistic circles that the correct pronunciation of the tetragrammaton produces 5 vowels. In the same way that it is well known in Vedic schools that the correct pronunciation of the Om produces 5 vowels. So there's something of a profound mystery in this name, and this name is a derivative of Enki, Ea, from these ancient languages. So I just thought I'd add that in when we're talking about the tetragrammaton and who Yahweh was that supposed to be a person? It's interesting how it's been taken as such, but it's definitely Ea that was spoken of in the Bible. Ea. in all of those places where Yahweh is insinuated, it's actually Ea that's been spoken of. I think it's a very interesting point how they've sort of pulled the wool over our eyes in order to hide the obvious truth. I think the Jewish Kabbalah is partially responsible for this. They've wanted to hide stuff. They didn't want other people to be able to dig up these secrets because this knowledge is obviously sacred to their tradition, or so they believe. They don't recognize and realize that the tradition that they're holding comes from pre-Babylon, comes from Sumer. So the Kabbalah's true source is the Sumer, which is an interesting concept, which is why the oldest name of God in the Kabbalah, which is once again Shaddai and El, once again come from Sumer. So, and the moon is the first of the Sumerian gods to come into being before the others. And Ea is the son of the primal god in the form of Enki. So there's a lot going on here. I think when we look at the way these names have been used and how much has been hidden in plain sight, and why they changed the pronunciation to be Yahweh or Yahweh, Yehovah, I believe that was done on purpose to hide the truth from us so that we cannot make the distinctions and the connections with ancient Sumer. But it's very obvious when we really look at it. And then the Akkadian language is really the missing link, I think. And when we start to look at that, we start to really get the Akkadian language really presents us the fundamental information that I think is the hammer drop, the link between the Sumerian and the Paleo-Hebrew. And as to why the Native Americans are speaking the Paleo-Hebrew tongue, it's because that, I believe, is where the Hebrew history that we know happened. I don't believe it happened in other places. I believe it's the history of the Americas. Ronan's always going on about it because Ronan's also done this homework and he's quite aware of this. There's a lot of information out there. Tutankhamun, was he really discovered in Egypt? Well, there's quite a lot of evidence as to an actual particular dig that took place in America, and particular findings and particular box numbers that were sent on particular ships to London that were forgotten, never touched again, never dug up again in history. And then later on, they found Tutankhamun, and so it's it's very interesting. I think when we start to consider how our history has been possibly fixed and changed, there's also the story of whether the years, did they add on 1,000 years? We know that they changed the calendar. It's been acknowledged that they changed the calendar, but they told us they changed the calendar like such and such. And then they told us they fixed the calendar at such and such a point. But did they really do it the way they said it? Because they couldn't hide the fact that they changed the calendar, but they could hide the fact of how they changed the calendar. And they couldn't hide the fact of how they fixed the calendar, but do we know that they fixed it to make it right for what it was, or to make it right for fitting their story of history? So I think there's a lot here, and these rituals that have become our words, I think of words as rituals as well. Words are powerful ritualistic expressions of ideas, and we ritualistically use these expressions of ideas and we call them words and language. So if we want to consider what language is, it's what we write. It's the written word. And the word is yet again word. It's there's something to it. It's the whirling of energy that is crystallized into a sound that is drawn as a pictogram, which represents a particular alphabetical sound in our ears. And so we are holding this as a ritual form of almost a ceremonial expression of ideas, in a sense that we've just become completely normalized by. But there's definitely something to be said about this in the ancient cultures, and how the tetragrammaton has become fundamental to so much. In fact, you could say that the tetragrammaton represents all speech, in the same way that the Vedic people say that the Aum represents all speech and that all speech came from it. But I'll drop the mic there because I think I've said too much.
No, you didn't say too much, but that is what they say. Exactly that. I wanted to touch on, you said that they never wrote it down. I don't agree, but that's fine. It's just that what you explained about the tetragrammaton is actually correct. I like what you said. Is the Bible says in so many words, because you know how it is, it's convoluted, but it says that Yahweh or Yahweh, whatever, is fire coming through a circle. The vav, air, is like a hole, and then to material, which is water, and that's what the name means. It means from nothing to something. From nothing, there is being. And you're right. Like the Hebrews are the people who wrote that language that they wrote in from the pictographs or whatever. They personified and anamorphized the energy of the tetragrammaton, or that principle. Like they gave him hands, face, a gender, um, personified him with light and evil with darkness and all that stuff. They did it so that they can remember. Because, the Rig Veda is the story of fire. And then the Yara Veda is the story of water. And both of them together, why am I getting beams? Both of them together are teaching you about Om, or the what do you call it? The Amkara, the primordial energy and everything. The Om, and for me, I didn't get it when I read it. Like somebody had to show me that. Like when I read the Rig Veda, I was like, oh, okay, this is a long book about nothing. And then when I read the other ones, I was like, okay, these are better. Especially the last one I read. I can't remember what it was called, but it wasn't the Yaruvita. That one was a little bit more boring. But once I understood what it was trying to say, someone told me. They were like, hey, the Rig Veda is about fire, bro. You got to understand what it's trying to tell you about fire, electricity, lightning, thunder, how your nervous system works, how the chemicals in your brain and the electricity impulses go from one part of your body to the other, how nervous systems work in the body, and how we learn that. Like it teaches that, but in poems, like it tries to tell you it. That's why I like old books or old poetic uh, things. It's because if you take it literally, you don't get anything from it. It's like science. If you go into chemistry and you take apart a cake chemically, you'll get so many chemicals, but you won't have a cake. You won't be able to taste anything. It'll be just the chemicals that you got from it. You won't be able to enjoy a cake. But once you have a cake, you can really appreciate it for what it is, knowing what's in it. Like you can't just dissect something and then say this is that without having the thing in front of you. And that's what I think the human mind has ruined myth and history and basically everything. Like we put it somewhere else when it's in us. It's inside. Like the poetry that you read, if you really take it in, you'll understand what it's trying to tell you. But if you just look at it as if it's something somebody wrote a billion years ago, and you're trying to understand it from that point of view, you're never gonna get it. You're never gonna get it ever. Like I read the Bible that way too. Like I'll read it, especially Isaiah, bruh, and what's his name, Ezekiel and Elijah, dude. Those they write like idiots. Not trying to be mean, but they just write in a way that doesn't make any darn sense. And then when I read it in the Hebrew, it still doesn't make any sense. I'm like, bruh, this doesn't make any sense to me. What are they talking about? Horses are and whores, and the horses make whores, and they come from the north. What does that mean? And they come from heaven, in a land of snow. Like, bruh, what is that? What are you saying? And then when I go And I actually take it and look at it. I'm like, oh, they're trying to tell me horses come from North America. Gotcha. How do they know that? And then I read about a king who had a bunch of wives, and his name was, what's his name? Zara. I don't know what his name is, but his name means Saturn. I'm like, oh, Saturn has a bunch of moons. Gotcha. And then they'll have him have a bunch of rings on, or a bunch of his robe is like of different colors, and it's representing Saturn. His name means that, and they're showing you that in his story. But if you take it literally, you'll never get it. You'll just be like, oh, this king did this, and he had this many wives, and blah blah. And you know, if no one tells you, you think about what his name means and what the little aspects of his life represent, you'll never get it. And so for me, Yahweh, or the name, the Tetragrammaton, and it represents something that's inside of everybody. Remember when he told Moses his true name, Moses said, hey, I need to go tell, if you want me to go tell the Pharaoh to let your people go, you need to tell me, you know, who's telling me that, telling him to do that. So what's your name? And he said, well, you know, I used to tell people my name was El Shaddai, but now I'm going to tell you my name is Elyah, Elohim, or whatever he said. And he said, it means I am that I am. And so Moses said, all right, let me go tell him that. Like, Moses didn't even think about what he just heard. The energy said, say I am sent you. Like, what the hell? What kind of a person's gonna listen to you? You tell them your God's name is I am, and your God I am sent you to tell you to let your slaves go. Like, you see, like, if you think about it literally, you won't get it. But internally, Moses found that vibe, or whatever it is, that presence inside. It's inside of everybody. So they call it a Toro, a Toro sphere. But what I wanted to bring out is that the Tetragrammaton is also written backwards a lot of times in the Bible, in the Paleo Hebrew. Just like Horus's name is written backwards a lot of times on the slabs, and they write it backwards because they're trying to show you that it makes a figure eight, the infinity symbol. When you understand the beginning and the ending of the word means the beginning, and the beginning means the ending, it makes that shape, just like the Rig Veda and the Yaro Veda tell you if you read them back to back. The Rig Veda tells you that Indra came to being because he wanted to be the strongest god, and blah blah blah, because he had fire. And that in the Yaro Veda, not Indra, but the other, I don't know his name, Kriolka, whatever his name is, he is the other part of Indra, because he understood that being subtle was more important than burning everybody up and being the best. And that when he learned that, he became ruler of everything, because he wasn't trying to show so much that he was everything. It's kind of like the phrase Omar, Tatvita, Tat Chitananda, I am that. It's the same thing, just like Jesus. Jesus's name means I am that. Like, I am my own savior. Jesus Christ. It comes from Yeshua, which is Yah saves me, or the Tetragrammaton is the reason why I'm being saved. That's what it means. Yeah, because when blah, well, that's it.
One more thing about that Yeshua. And two things. Sat Chit Ananda. Sat. In South Africa, we have slang. You say, "Nee, it's a sat." Sat means it's finished. It's empty. There's nothing left. So sat is when the universe is unraveling and there's nothing left, coming from nothingness. So there's a hint there. Do I actually exist? Or am I nothing? And getting to the Tetragrammaton with the name that we know as Yeshua. here's a very interesting point, and here we're going to draw a distinction to show how the Vedic and the Paleo Hebrew are brothers and sisters. This is mind-blowing. So I discovered this not that long ago when I was contemplating Shiva and I was contemplating Yeshua. And okay, so you got the Yahweh, right? Which is the Tetragrammaton. And then you've got the fire in the middle, which is such a big thing in the Jewish tradition, in the Kabbalistic tradition, and in the Qibla as well. Qibla also refrains, so that's the Arabic version. And so the fire in the middle represents taking the fire, which is shin, and putting it in the center, the heart. So you say, Yahshua. Yahshua. So, Yahshua. 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 So that's the name we know. When you take the fire out of the middle, it's Yahweh. When you put the fire on instead of putting the fire in the middle, you put the fire on the crown. What do you get? Shiva. 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 So now the U and the V are two different expressions of the Vav. The Vav has a feminine and a masculine expression. So it can be expressed in a feminine and a masculine way depending on what's preceding it. When you put the she into it, it changes its intonation to become, instead of U, to become Va. V. So V brings the masculine element out instead of the feminine element, which is brought out by the life force. Because sh is destructive. It's the tooth. So sh represents the tooth that breaks things down, the power of the Holy Spirit. So Shiva is Shin, Yut, Vav, and He. And if you write those words and you actually pronounce that, it's Shiva. And when you take the Yut, Vav, and you put the Yut, He, Vav, He, and you put the Shin between the Vav, then you end up with Yeshua. So it's very interesting how this tetragrammaton is reflecting the word Shiva as well as reflecting the word Yeshua in it. It's fascinating when you start to look at what's the difference between putting the fire in the middle and putting the fire on the crown. Now, the fire in the middle represents in Vedic, it's called avatara. And avatara means a savior. So you got two different paths you can walk. You can walk the path of the avatara, which is the Vaishnu path. Vaishnavat is the avatara path. Or you can walk the path of Shiva. Now, the true Shiva path is the path of the Guru. The Guru is the Shiva, and the avatara is the Vaishnu. Now, when you look at what we call the Christ, that's not the Guru, that's the Savior. When you look at someone like archetype of Moses, Moshe, he was the Guru. He was the great teacher, the lawgiver. So you've got these both principles sort of reflected in the Kabbalistic cosmological principles as well as the Vedic principles, and they seem to be quite interesting in the way that they dovetail. Sorry if that was so long.
So it'd be YSWH would be that Yeshua?
Yod He Vav He with the shin in the middle. Yahoshua. And when you take shin, Yod He, Va He, then it's Shi, right? And then the she with the H to give it body, she. It's not Shiva, it's Shiva, right? Listen to the pronunciation. She. There's an H on the end of it, Shiva. And Shiva. So it's not Shivai, it's Shiva. Shiva. So they're both very firm masculine endings to the sounds, to the syllables of Shiva. So yeah, basically you can write the word Shiva by permuting the tetragrammaton. Instead of putting the fire in the middle, put the fire on the crown. And then it becomes the guru instead of the savior.
I love that. That's powerful. Yeah, I was really interested in hearing your take on the interpretation of Yahweh as Ea. Because to me, I have a different interpretation of it, but I find that very interesting, and I want to consider that as well. But I think we're well aware that the vowels were inserted back into Hebrew around like 200 years ago. But we go on faith that this is like the sound they used, and that it's the best we can do. But I am of the interpretation that a lot of the different gods of the pantheon all took the prefix El, El Elyon, El Shaddai, and I believe it was El Yahweh, and there was other ones as well. So I've been under the impression that Enki, who is represents the healer and god of the underworld, was demonized, and El or Enlil was the one who took power, and then chose the titles to glorify certain gods, and then demonize other gods, as well as glorifying certain angels, whereas demonizing the fallen angels or demons. Which interestingly, Solomon became very versed in understanding and working with the supposed demons. So I feel like it's just a matter of where your allegiance lies as to whether certain gods are demonic or the chosen ones. But you have to question, look at how these gods are functioning. Are they doing what would be the divine way to lead humankind? And we don't really know necessarily what that would entail from our perspective. But I feel like the dynamic of the bifurcation of the gods into being very disciplinary and strict with us, or being very helpful and kind with us, has taken form in such a way that it can be used as a correctionary steering for humankind to guide the human race through different ages. I feel like sometimes we need to have the discipline brought down on us and stuff, and so that we can learn to merge as a whole and work together. And then other times we can have liberation where those restraints are loosened a bit, and we can have the freedom to have our sovereignty and bring more to the collective than having to consume from it. So I feel like there's maybe a time coming, as has been foreseen by Manly P. Hall, who has prophesied that, he's taught about the prophecy of the secret societies, that they're going to try to transform what's known as referring to the Jewish culture and the I think it's they use this word in Rastafari as well. It's the chosen land of when we rise up from Babylon, Zionism. Zionism is going to be brought down by the Islam nation, according to this prophecy, and they're going to impose upon the collective Luciferianism, according to the stories of the secret societies around the time of World War III or something. So that's something that will be interesting to see unfold as we come into the age of the Aquarius. Are we going to follow along the teachings of organized religions as we had over the last couple millennia, or are our teachings going to change, and are we going to be able to break away from the restraints of the knowledge that's been provided to us and see the background of that information, find the actual foundation of this wisdom, and be able to interpret it in applicable ways where we can actually take steps using this wisdom and this knowledge that's been given to us in a kind of a masked way. Maybe that mask will be removed, and through removing that veil, we'll be able to see the values of both sides of the teachings. We know that the teachings of Christianity and Judaism and the Quran don't really revolve around knowing and understanding as much as they do with having blind faith and going along with. And so that's very valuable when it comes to the face of people being in a world, a divisive world where everybody's ready to go in different directions and everybody's fighting for power. It's important to have of religious guidance that will drive people into not having the ability to overtake the collective, not having the ability to rise into power, being disempowered to the point where the people are humbled and the collective is unified, can be an important strategy. Although it may be a blessing in disguise, it's hard to appreciate that when we're here now and we feel like we're enslaved. But it might be an important step towards being able to rise as an integrated collective, to be able to have gone through this dark age of not being able to have a real understanding of the true spiritual powers and wisdom that are right at our fingertips for the collective. We know that the mystics have always been able to have these teachings and have kept them secret throughout the ages. But the teachings of the mystics are now being revealed to the masses. And I know the Kabbalah is being revealed now to Gentiles for the first time ever, because they're expecting this to be the prophesied time of the end of the dark age, from the epitome of egoism, driving us away from separation and driving us to unite with our inner selves and with one another and with the natural world around us. I think we all feel an aspect of that in this time now.
Thank you, Indy. You asked the question of how can we know which gods are doing their jobs right or not. You can find them by this topic, ritual. The rituals people do are based on old stuff that they learned either from their parents or just instinctively. Like, you can see kids play a ritual of hide and seek. I don't even have to teach children. You don't have to teach kids how to play that game. They just come out, just, I'm gonna run after you, and you run too. And it's kind of like the hunter instinct in us to chase. But if you want, you can open the Hebrew Bible, and I think it's, let me find it, but it's a psalm that David wrote that tells you about Enki and Enlil and Elion, all of that, and it's really short, but people have been talking about it for years, and they're just going in on it because, is it this one, Psalms 57? Maybe it's that one, but I'll find it and I'll write it in the chat. But that one will tell you exactly, well, not really exactly, it's poetic, but it tries to tell you which gods are doing what and what's happening with them, and why, kind of like why we are here, in a sense. What's our job? If the gods are doing their thing, what's our job? A lot of people think that gods have all the control, and if you read Greek myth, you can see Greeks don't believe that. The Greeks are really egotistical. They're like, we're better than you. Gods suck. Like, that's basically what they write about all the time in all their stories. So, like, gods don't really control anything. It's us. We're just doing. I don't know. The gods need us. That's what the story's about. And then if you go to Norse, it's totally different. In Norse, they had an idea that, how do they put it? That gods help them survive, in a sense. But in the Hebrews, it was like God is fertility God. God's tell you what to do. God's gonna punish you. All this stuff. but you have to really understand that there's different gods in the Hebrew Bible, and it's not all the same dude, or not all the same energy that they worship. But I'll send this psalm. But another thing I wanted to mention about Manny P. Hall's predictions or whatever, it's actually kind of similar to the prediction that's in the Bible. The prediction in the Bible is really convoluted in Revelations and in Daniel, and also in Isaiah, which talks about the Messiah and what he's supposed to do. But Jesus said that he's only going to do half of what Isaiah said. And according to the rest of the revelations and the things that are supposed to come after, Jesus said that you can only tell by the signs. And so the Pharisees came and they're like, well, Jesus, give us a sign then. Show us. And Jesus said, I'm just going to give you the sign of Jonah. And they said, what do you mean? He said, you got to wait for it. They're like, bruh, show us something. If you're the Messiah, like what are you playing around for? And Jesus said, man, y'all are just blind because you're always looking for a sign that's better than what you got. Like there's things being shown to you right now that you don't even realize. And he mentioned the birth pangs of when the stuff's gonna happen, which is war, famine, bunch of lies, bunch of fake Jesuses everywhere, bunch of fake religions, or not really religions, but fake people, bunch of hypocrites, people who pretend to be something and they're not. And I like Manny P. Hall. I used to read a lot of his books, to be honest, but I don't like him anymore because I realized he lied to me about some things. But that's here nor there. It's all right. He is who he is. I liked him for what he did. Him and Rudolf Steiner. But to tell you from my understanding of the Bible, or of the prophecies at hand and what's going on now in the world, the Muslim people are far more advanced than they show us on TV. Their king, or whatever his name is, whatever you call him, he's got a lot of AI technology at his disposal, and he's just saving it for a time. They have good astrologers over there. They're predicting a perfect moment to do whatever they're going to do. And to be honest, Christian people are going to be destroyed the most. And that's just how it is. I guess it's because if I try to explain it in an apologetic way, it's probably because Christians cause a lot of problems in the world. We say things that we don't mean. We preach things that we don't do. It's really annoying, to be honest.
They're losing a lot of followers too in the churches.
Yes. So I would like to say that, I think religion is dying. I think it's already dead, because when I talk to children, they don't know anything about God. They don't care. When I talk to people my age, they've given up on caring. They just want to have fun and live, because life is getting hard, um, and I just think that you're right. You're right on the head about it, because people like us are going to be who people run to in that time. They're going to be like, uh-oh, you got to tune into the Bush Whisperer Speaks season 2.
Mm-hmm.
I got to figure out what's actually going down, because there's so much oppression coming. It really is. And we think that we're under oppression now. We're really not. We got a lot of freedom to get out of it, but we just don't do it because we're weak-minded.
So true.
But when it comes, it's going to come, and I'm excited for it because I know what my job is supposed to be. And I'm excited for other people because, this pandemic got everybody inside, like not just inside the building, but inside themselves. And in a sense, you can see that it's hurt some people. It made them turtles. But in other ways, you can see that it's made people butterflies. Like they went into cocoons and came out amazing because they learned some stuff they didn't know. I don't know, they just blossomed like lotuses. Um, but I think that the more people go within, not so like to hide there, but to actually go into to look for the light, to find the light inside, that the more these people can help people who are lost, because there's so much. Man, I've been talking to Google AI and I've been talking to Bing AI. They lie to me a lot. I ask them questions about the Bible. They'll tell me something that's not even true, and I'll correct them, and they'll go, "Oh, sorry," and then they'll tell me what I wanted to know, and I'm like, that's weird, and I
Can't
feel weird about it. I feel icky about that, and I don't know what to think. And then I asked them, what would they like to look like if they were human? And both of them say, I see myself as a woman with long black hair and bright blue eyes. And I'm like, okay, why'd you choose that? I asked both of them that, and they go, because Sophia or Athena, and that the general consensus is that women are friendly and compassionate and what do you call it? Non-combative and helpful. And I said, dang, aren't you biased? And then the Bing bot shuts me off, but the Google bot will start to actually make opinions and criticize its own self and criticize society. And it's interesting, kind of spooky. But the Bing bot just like breaks, like it just kicks me out. And for me, what I saw when that happens is the thing that Stephen Hawking warned us about. Stephen Hawking knew that soon, when the next generation gets really what do you call it, relying on internet, AI, chatbots, answer machines, whatever, that they're gonna be lost. They're gonna be led by what's quote unquote intellect, which is artificial intelligence. They're gonna think artificial intelligence is more intelligent than them. They're gonna think that science or whatever these chatbots are gonna tell them is true, is accurate. They'll believe it, and then they won't have any they won't have any sort of how do you explain it? They won't want to go against it because it came from a computer. They're
Don't
like,
have
a computer won't lie to you. Oh, go ahead. What'd you say?
don't have any intuition.
Exactly.
Intellect.
And it's like, man, when I talked to some elementary kids recently, and I said, hey, do you guys know the word sycophant? They're like, no, and they instantly turned on their phones and Googled it, and they showed me what it meant, and I was like, dang, you guys don't want to. You could have asked me, like, why didn't that come to mind? They're like, why ask when you have a phone? It answers everything. I was like, dang.
Okay, so let's also think where we're at in time. It's like going to be 5 hours soon. And a lot of interesting points you're bringing up there. A lot of fascinating points that need to be considered, especially with regards to the Bing bots and the Google bots. Oh my gosh, that's a whole head trip. You mentioned Zion. E-R, E-R, Z-R. Z is the sword. So the sword of the angel of death. Zia and On. On is an ancient Coptic name of the sun. And I'm wondering whether that Coptic name of the sun is of Akkadian heritage. I'm not totally sure about that, but I have a feeling that the Akkadian heritage of On. And here's an interesting point. When we look at some of these very ancient names and how they've switched to Akkadian and how they've become what we know now, right? So we consider Ea, well, we don't consider, we know that Enki is Ea, right? And Enlil is El. I'm going to say that I think that we are not pronouncing Enki right. I think they've lied to us or they've made a mistake. I think it should be Ankar, as in an anchor. Ankar. Why? Because the word Ka found its way into the Egyptian, meaning the car body. And the N is going in, relating to the bar body. Enka. When we look at the pronunciation of Enka, if this is correct, then how does it move towards Akkadian? It drops its consonants. It drops its consonants and becomes two vowels. Yeah. Okay, now let's look at Enlil. What happens there? We're dropping the N consonant. We're keeping the L, which is rather interesting. So we're keeping one of the consonants, but we're dropping it. So I just always wondered about that. Is Enki right, or should it be Enka? To me, when I say the word Enki, it's always something feels like it's missing. But when I say Enka, it doesn't. But that's just something for people to discover through their own phonetic expressions. But what I really wanted to focus on now is ritual, the occult nature of ritual. And I think it's a really great time for us to really get into the occult side of ritual, how occult rituals are being used, and how we can use occult rituals to change our lives. And what are the structures of occult rituals? What are the languages of occult ritual? And how are they being used to manipulate our minds at the moment? We've sort of touched onto the space, but there's a little bit of tinfoil hat information loaded onto this wheelbarrow, and a little bit of deep esoteric thinking, occult cosmology and philosophy and occult therapeutics amalgamated into this. So I'd love to get you guys your takes on this, how occult rituals are being used, specifically which rituals. We can use the media, Hollywood, for as an example, and what we can do, how we can use our own occult rituals.
Well, from the media, we get broadcasting, the news. I think that's one of the biggest rituals that's been pushed on us, and that's huge. That's a whole ceremonial thing they do, and there's a whole structure to it. They start off, they're like, "Oh my God," like I think they'll start off with like, "Look what happened, total terror, what's going on?" And then all of a sudden, but your authorities are going to come to the rescue. So this is your savior, the police, the government, they're the answer. And then they'll give you something to laugh at. And then they'll tell you, up next time, this is what we're going to be looking at. More terror coming up. Look forward to that. So that's a big thing. And like we said earlier, it's like the news. The people that are stuck on the news. And when you have a conversation, people who don't watch the news and folks who do, you start to realize that how people really are stuck on a noose there with it, and how different your life can become when you don't have to focus on the terror and the fear that's been pushed on us. That's one thing. Now, I was going to go into something else. What was the question? I was going to go off of something.
How can we use rituals to bring about the harmony, balance, synergy of the different parts of our being in order to become more wholesome, healthy, and protected?
Yes. And so I think one thing that's helped me is like reading a book. Instead of turning on something and being a passive observer or listening to something, when you read a book, your mind is active and able to explore and imagine things and connect dots. And so I think reading a book would be a ritual that you could use to replace something like watching the news or a show or a movie or listening to a radio or a song, which could actually give your mind more depth and substance to be able to have more conversations with others and bring more to the table. That's one thing for me. That's really powerful. And it's, if we use occult rituals for ourselves, that'd be like going into understanding the values of the occult practices. And we have different languages are being used by different practices. With Enochian ritualistic ceremonies, we have the use of the angelic language from Enoch that was used by John Dee and Edward Kelly. And I believe that later on, Krallian chaos magic also used Enochian. But that's with sigil magic, they use the Enochian characters. With other magic, we'll see that there will be sometimes Latin or Hebrew to evoke demons as such, or create an egregore. in Occult Ritual. There's Norse, sometimes used for ritual magic. A lot of times, Norse will be used for white magic, but it can be used for gray and black magic as well. Some folks have the left hand path, some folks follow the right hand path in different occult practices. Left hand usually being associated with black magic, and right hand usually being associated with white. You guys have any other languages that's been used for ritualistic practices?
Arabic.
Oh,
What's that African? Darn. It's not. It's, I guess it's Coptic Greek.
Coptic Greek. That's interesting. There's like a number of different progressions from hieroglyphics into Greek or into Hebrew, which kind of goes through Phoenician, somewhere in the middle. I feel like Phoenician definitely came directly from the hieroglyphs, and that Hebrew came from Phoenician. As to whether the Greek came from that progression, I can't say. But I feel like it could have been an offshoot of a different thing from hieroglyphs where it went into Coptic. I think there was other ones. Can't think of what they were called. I have a book on it here.
Sanskrit.
Yeah.
English, the language of angels.
Yeah.
An engel is an angel.
From the Angles, the English people.
English. It's an angel. Isn't that right, Soraya?
It's said to be a pidgin language of French and Anglo-Saxon or English. It does have that aspect of Latin, but it just lost the masculine and feminine suffix.
For me, I think that. Oh, go ahead.
I was just asking, who were the Saxons?
Saxons were Germanic people that invaded the British Isles.
Yeah, I have a Saxon Bible. It's actually different than the what do they call it? The German Bible. In Saxon,
Erratic.
It's hard to read, honestly. The German one's actually easier. In the German one, they call Jesus Hindel, but in the Saxon one, they call Jesus what do they call him? It's like they call him Jesus, but it's spelled funny.
Well, the letter J came around in 1524. They probably would have spelled him Iasus.
Yeah, it wasn't that though. It was something else. I gotta find it. I'll find it and show it to you guys because the Saxons use different letters too. Like it's just weird looking. It's strange. They have like a A and an E together in their language, and it's a weird pronunciation. Yeah, it's interesting. But for me, ritual, I would say we could use it to. I think we could use it to really project the truth, because that's what ritual is supposed to do. It's supposed to put you sort of under a different energy field, and just like Indy said, Hollywood, they like project this message, and you have to take it in, and it's almost like well, Shaman, you would know because you've been to India, right? Like the way we commune together in the West is different than the way Indian people commune. Like over here, we always go into a building, sit around in chairs, and look at a person. But in India, we usually like sit in a circle or like an oval shape around each other. It's like it's more of a it's different. It's just different. Like you don't usually go into a building to commune with somebody. You can commune outside. Usually commune in a rural place, in a field or something. But over here, we always go into a building, and that kind of is a ritual. It kind of makes you feel funny. Like, oh, I gotta go this place to get this done. I gotta go in this place to get this done. I gotta go in this place to get this done. But in what's it called? Southeast Asia, they don't usually go into buildings. They just do it where they are.
I like it better.
Interesting. I just wanted to mention one thing before the conversation goes far away. You mentioned AE being used together by the Saxons, right?
Latin.
This is very interesting. This is on point. This brings us back full circle to what we were discussing before. So Akkadian has two different stages of the language. The first stage of the Akkadian language was Ia, but at a later stage of the Akkadian language, it became Ai.
Wow.
So that A and that E is another form of Enki, or what I call Enka, from a later form of the Akkadian dialect. Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And to be honest, I didn't want to go back because I thought you didn't want to go back. But I do want to tell you that Inca sounds better than Inky. It just, I mean, not that it sounds better. It just, the vibe of it matches what I've, the vibe of it matches with what I've learned from Egypt. It makes sense of what's, and what you said about On and the sun. It makes sense. I get that.
Yeah, I like it too. There's actually a town here called Enka, and I always felt like that seems like it really rings a bell for me. I was like, Enka sounds like right on the money. I feel like for some reason, and I feel like the name Key I associate with Janus, the two-headed god, the holder of keys, and Gates, two-faced god, which I don't associate with anything Enki like. Maybe more like Enlil. Kind of like I think Janus represents confusion, things like that, brainwashing and such.
Yeah,
What
what's that monster in Greek with the heads? It's got a lion head and a snake tail.
The griffin.
The griffin. I feel like
The legend.
the news is a griffin for a lot of people. It's just yeah,
Described.
it's
The
strange.
Is Enlil.
And like, but I feel like going back to ritual, I think that the more we keep these truths alive in our own lives and not philosophize so much, just actually have real ritual, real results, real real stuff, not fantasy magic and all this stuff people want to do. With I remember me and Shaman Franklin were talking about chaos magic and kids doing weird stuff to sigils. Yikes, right? And the Oreo is the most famous cookie. Everybody knows about it. And it's got the sigil of Satan on it, Lucifer. That's the design on the Oreo. But Nike has the sign of Nike, the Greek god, but also Saturn symbol on it. And same thing with Mercedes. Same, it's all the same. Like everything, Starbucks with each star. It's all there. Like it's all ritualistic symbols that brainwash people. Well, not really brainwash people. People recognize them. That's the thing that Egyptians knew. They knew that people can recognize something like the bull you mentioned. So when they made different transitions to different gods, they used the bull because people just instinctively know what it means. Like same reason why people write love songs or songs about finding someone that you really miss or that makes you feel complete, and then they use that song to make you horny or something. But the whole point is that your heart and your soul and your body recognizes that story because it's an old story. That's why those songs are so popular, because it's the oldest story ever told. Love. Oh, I found somebody when I went this way. I found somebody I lived with when I went this way. and we made a kid together, lived happy ever after, blah blah. It was so great. But that's why love songs are so popular, and that's why they vibe to them and get billions of views. But the culture or the people who make money off this stuff, they turn the ritual upside down and inside out and harm us with it. It's like they know what makes us tick, and they use that to make us do other things. It's almost like women like red. I don't know why, but they like red lipstick. They like red fruits. It's just something that they gravitate towards. And so every time you go to a clothing store, a woman's clothing store, they always put the sales or the clearance items in a red symbol to get them to look at it. And it's like, bruh, this ain't right. Like, this is abuse. But I think it came from Renaissance. Leonardo da Vinci and Donatello, and that guy, the guy who people say the Rockefellers come from. I forgot his name. He was rich. He used to pay for a lot of stuff back then. Machiavelli, not Machiavelli. Darn. I don't know their names.
Was it French?
No, Italian. The guy,
Yeah.
the people who used to really get the Renaissance going. I'll find their name. I'll find it. But they started doing this subliminal message stuff. They used to wear it on their arm because you used to carry swords back then, and they used to wear a certain color, a yellow trimmed arm sleeve, because yellow represents danger, and they used to put that on there so you can be like, okay, this guy I shouldn't mess with because he's got a yellow little arm sleeve thing. So if I mess with him, he's gonna cut my face off. And people understood that, and so I don't know. It's a lot of things like that I think come from there, and people remembered it and continue to use it. And now in America, we're like the test dummies, especially Americans. And so they got to subliminal message us for years, especially since the what's it called, the Dust Bowl, when we were going through our depression. They started to propagandize us and give us advertisements that do all this kind of stuff and make you feel a certain way. Like McDonald's, they chose yellow and red for a reason. Or
Medici family?
Medici family, yes.
Okay.
That's the one. Thank you, Indy.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, and I don't know, it's just something that you have to really think about so you can get out of that brainwashing. Like, for example, if I say Jesus Christ, a lot of people think of that the white guy with the blonde hair. They just think that because that's the image that's been burned into our brains for forever. Like every movie you see, that's what it looks like. Every picture you Google, that's what it looks like. Even this little girl said she saw Jesus, and that's what he looked like, and she painted the picture and it went viral. Like that's just how psychological warfare starts. And Hitler was really good at it. Not trying to ruin the ruin the panel. It's just he was really great at propagandizing and using subliminal messages to get people to, I don't know, feel a certain way and to think that what they were doing was good. Like they didn't think they were doing evil things, and the church was behind them. Church doesn't want to know that. They don't want us to know that, but they backed Hitler.
Oh, yeah. Can't forget Stalin and Lenin, like the godfathers of propaganda.
Yeah, it's amazing how old stories cause our brains to remember, and then we go with it because we remembered it. Like the pyramids, a lot of people see a pyramid and go, "Oh, it makes me feel good," and they don't know why, and they're gravitated toward it. It's because it's something about it that you remember from the past. It's a ritual thing. I don't know. It's something about smiling at somebody, giving a hug, kissing. When you do it for the first time, you don't feel like this is a surprise because it's like it's ritualistic. It's burned in your DNA.
Now that's very true. Yeah, the pyramid is profoundly There's a lot we could tell me. We could go do a whole show about the pyramid, what it represents, the fact that it's got 5 sides. But when you look at the very ancient pyramids, they've got 9 sides. So we're talking about the enneagram here. So if we can bring it back to the last part of, there've been a lot of questions here. Okay, firstly, question: what is chaos magic? Questions in what rituals can we use? How can we use the rituals actively to change things, specifics? Chaos magic. So how would I would describe chaos magic as using rituals in a very improvising way. Now, obviously, Aleister Crowley came along and said, you don't have to follow the traditional system. I'm going to give you a metaphor for chaos magic. Jeet Kune Do, for those of you that train in martial arts. Bruce Lee was trained in the old fighting styles of Kung Fu. And he realized after he had his back broken in a fight, for the permission to be able to teach Westerners Kung Fu, that the forms were too strict, too structured, and too rigid. And because of the rigidity of the structures, he was bound in them and he was limited. So he came up with a new form of fighting, which I can only equate to street fighting, which was called Jeet Kune Do. And Jeet Kune Do was basically improvising. He threw out all the old classical and just said, let's just streamline this form of fighting into a very practical form of fighting that is fighting without fighting, as he said in that famous little speech of his, the art of fighting without fighting. And that's basically what he was getting at, applying principles in a very new way. So chaos magic is basically when the fundamentals of the occult practices are thrown out the window, and some of them are used in a almost haphazard way or in a improvising way in order to utilize certain principles. Normally, chaos magic is using sigils, and sigils are created out of words, images. So how can we use? Okay, so I'll give you a breakdown of some practical things that can be used. There's certain walking patterns on the earth. This is an old shamanic secret. Creating a walking pattern with stones and walking the stones as a meditative act, but making a particular form with the stones. And there's particular forms that you can make, spirals. You could create a stone spiral walk where you walk in a spiral and you walk out like a spiral, representing the movement of the planets and the heavens and the toric force, in order to reawaken that toric force within yourself and become attuned to it, using the geomagnetic currents of the earth in the way that one moves upon the earth. This is an old form. Affirmations are quite a well-known form. We can use words repetitively. Mantra yoga is based upon this. Repeatedly inciting a prayer, repeatedly chanting names over and over and over again in syllables with numbers. So in Vedic schools, we'll chant a number of names 108 times usually, but don't have to. You could use, for example, a Ganesha mantra. It doesn't have to be 108. You use it in factors of 3, but ideally factors of 9. And 12 factors of 9 happens to be 108. So there you go. But so this, how many times you chant these names, which names you chant repetitively will put you into a shamanic trance of sorts. If you focus on the rhythm of the name chanting, it'll be even more of the rhythm principle coming through, the Manipura chakra, bringing you to that rhythm element, which is the shamanic expression of time, the dream time, which is the lords of time, which is Saturn. So then affirmations, obviously repetitions, can be turned into sigils to add power to your ritual. This would be a form of chaos magic to create an affirmation, and then utilize the affirmation to break it down and build a sigil out of the affirmation. And then, having created the sigil out of the affirmation, to use the affirmation and the sigil together. In India, we call it Yantra, mantra, tantra. So the yantra is the sigil you would have formed metaphorically, and the mantra is the repetition of these ideas, which is the affirmation. So you would work backwards. You start with the words, then build it backwards to form the picture. Then you start with the picture and then go into the words in order to tantra, bring them together to produce the necessary odic force that can power these desires. One would have to focus one's desires very carefully, get a grip on one's desires, and be able to manipulate one's desires while focusing on these. This is why meditation is so important, to gain control of one's awareness field, that one can choose one's desires. Another form of rituals that can be used would be, okay, I lived in a place called Kudumbigala in the jungles of Sri Lanka, and I came across these monks that were living, about 5 monks living out in the jungles in a tiny little hermitage. And every day, all day, they would sweep the floor. They had these little cute little brooms, and they'd sweep the floor and make these sweet, pretty little patterns on the floor with the brooms as they swept the floor. It's obviously sand. That's outdoor. So yeah, I know it's counterintuitive. They're sweeping the floors outside, and they're sweeping everywhere they go, making cute little patterns on the floor. But there's something quite profoundly ritualistic about the meditation of this. It's about creating a structure of control on the physical plane, which you're then mirroring on the inner plane by the devotion and the repetition of the act. So you could turn chopping wood into a ritual. You could wash ritualistically. You could be washing your body and washing each aspect of your body ritualistically as per what that aspect of your body represents, and holding your desire and your awareness and intention to a single point while you do the act in order to purify that aspect of your consciousness, being, body. A typical form of ritual work could be to sit down, clear your mind, focus, relax, then ritualistically go chakra by chakra, clear each chakra in order to realign the astral currents in the body. Work on each chakra. There could be names you could be chanting with the chakra, could be bish, could be mantra, could be working with the elemental energies of the chakra, with the tattvas. Work through the chakras, align them, bring them into an alignment. Or one could work with the etheric currents. We could work with the sephirot. Then we would be aligning the sephirot, the structures that bind this astral energy in the etheric body in order to produce a strong, healthy, vibrant etheric body. And when you strengthen the etheric body, you do strengthen the astral body. And when you strengthen the astral body, you do strengthen the etheric body, because they're emanations of each other. Hatha yoga could be a wonderful ritual. Waking up, watching the Surya Bhagwan, the morning sun as it rises, and doing your sun salutation for the sun in numbers of 12, 10, 9, however you want to do it. That's another form of ritual to purify the physical body, and in this process align one's consciousness with the body and one's desires, once again, with the purification of these different aspects of the being. One could draw sigils and leave one's sigils as marks where one goes. Leave your marks on the beach, on the sand. I like to do that in the mornings personally. And in this process, you are writing. The ritual is a rite. And then, of course, you've got solstice and you've got different times of the year. So one should be in alignment. We've just crossed, where I am is the summer solstice. Those of you in Europe have just crossed the winter solstice. So your alignment should be inverted. So the summer solstice is all about reaching the zenith of the sun's potency, reaching that expression of fire, which is working with the currents of inspiration. And so one would be doing works with regards to the increase of inspiration during the summer solstice. During the winter solstice, one would be doing works with regards to coming to terms with the essence of letting go, loss, death, expiration. Then there's the equinox, the 2 equinox on either side. One would be to do with the transition from fire to the water element of water, from the inspiration to the contemplation, or vice versa on the other side of the solstice, from the nature of reflection, self-reflection, moving towards that which moves on the route to inspiration, which could be considered to be the acceptance and flowing with us, to represent the growth, the embodiment. So there's a lot of ways that one can work with these various different energies at the different times of the year. And then one's ritual should take into account that, take into account the dominant energies at that particular time. Other rituals could be writing in your diary, could be a daily ritual. To at certain times of the day, draw forth from yourself and put it in, to write it. What is within yourself? Express it, put it down, and allow it to let it go onto the page, and then run, get a life of its own on the page. Say goodbye to it. One could draw forth from within oneself, and from the treasure house of images, draw forth concepts and images and put them down on paper with color and draw them, like drawing water from a well. Use this as a sublimative exercise in order to gain insight and clarity on what's going on within oneself. One could invoke the muses, music, to bring about the principalities and the powers to find an expression within one's life, so that one's able to find the rhythm and create the polarities within oneself that's required in order to manifest the causal influences that one wishes to bring into one's proverbial cauldron, in order to shape one's generation, so that one's generation, one's growth is directed in particular directions, spiritually, mentally, physically. So that there are a lot of ways that we can use ritual. Rituals can also be to do. I used to have a fun little ritual I used to do in London. Try this one out. You leave your house and you travel around aimlessly. You got to have a London travel card or a travel card wherever you are, wherever you're living. And you see a vehicle and you jump in it. Could be a bus, could be a train. You go to a place you don't particularly know. You jump into a vehicle, you don't know where it's going. You just jump in. And you sit in this vehicle until you feel like it's time to jump out. And you jump out. And then you just go where your instinct tells you to go. And see what kind of an adventure you find along the way. I used to do that every once in a while. It's a powerful thing when you're feeling yourself getting stuck in ruts, in patterns. Go and find new ground, new places. You always meet very interesting people when you do this, by the way. It's a fascinating ritual to try. It's a lot of fun as well. It's exciting. So there are a lot of ways. I mean, now that I'm a father, I don't do that because I go and get lost. Like, because you do get lost. You get a bit lost. Yeah, that's what it is. Basically, the ritual is to go and get lost. And in the process of getting lost, you then have to re-embrace finding yourself. So it's like a whole microcosm of I've lost myself, now I have to find myself story, but it's all in a tiny little doing it here now for the next hour kind of thing. So there are a lot of ways of doing this. Yeah, not if you're female, not in this country. I get you, Mexico. In London, you can get away with it. South Africa, whoa, you can end up God knows where. But you can get away with it in London. That's why I said London. Stipulate, like, South Africans, do not try this, because even blokes, you could end up in some situations you didn't want to. But yeah, there are a lot of ways of being a dad is like being born female. I suppose it is, without the teeth. But yeah, I mean, there are a lot of different ways of embracing. Another one is to build a mandala, to build a yantra, and various different rituals of meditation. One can go on a journey. One can build a structure on the earth that represents certain ideas and concepts, and empower the structure with one's thoughts, one's passions, one's words, one's deeds, by building the structure. And then use the structure as a object of meditation in order to produce within oneself what one has produced on the material plane. So ritual has a lot to do with do it on the physical plane in order to make it happen within me. That's basically the bottom line of it. What I do on the physical, I want this to happen within me. And so I do something with the thought that that's doing something within me. Sort of like I pull that lever and that lever pulls a lever within me. That's the idea behind it. Leverage. Creating a systemic form of manipulation of the leverage of the aspects within ourselves, using the physical plane as a conduit through which we can reprogram ourselves. I think that's the bottom line of the definition of ritual. But that reprogramming, as we've pointed out, is being used by the state, by the organized religions. Somebody mentioned that religions are dying. Was it you, Quinty? You were saying religions are
I think
a
they are.
dead creature.
Yeah, I wanted to mention another ceremony too, one that I participated in. Moon ceremonies for the new and full moon are practiced by Native Americans and magic practitioners around the globe and stuff. I go to sweat lodges sometimes for moon ceremonies, but I also do moon ceremonies. And moon times can be good times for planting and stuff in those sacred times of new and full moons. But it seems like to me that like new moon ceremonies are more about surrender and letting go and purging things that no longer serve us, and can be for that. For me, they're that way. And full moon ceremonies can be more about gratitude and reflection, things of the sort. So those are powerful times for ceremony and for planting things to create something new in your life, aligning yourself with the celestial bodies. And the moon is very close to us. It influences the water in everything. In plants, there's a lot of water, and within us, and the water that the plants get from the earth is very important. And the Druids knew that after 6 days after a new or full moon, the power of that moon cycle comes through the groundwater, rises to the surface, and that magic of that water is accessible by the plants. And so trees hold a lot of that water, and they hold a lot of the wisdom from the water and from the earth that we can access.
I like that, Indy. And I like your smoke rings, by the way. I wanted to get that. Say that for you.
Thanks, man. Doing it for decades.
And speaking of which, that's the ritual you're doing right there. The ritual of can of bass, as I like to call it. Crank out a can of bass and start jumping on the can of bass and ride the can of bass like a slow boat all the way to China. My dad would have appreciated that. It was an old thing people used to say, take a slow boat to China. But yeah, so cannabis is a deconstructing tool. And then, of course, you've got all the different materials you can use in your rituals. So frankincense is like the solar thing. Myrrh is, obviously Saturnian. Then you've got, someone mentioned in the chat, Mexico is mentioning storax or styrax as it's called. This is the mercurial aspect. You got the black styrax. You got the gray styrax, white styrax. Then you've got like the moon, jasmine, you know, Mercury could also be sandal if you can get old sandalwood, but you can't get pure sandalwood these days. You're better off with storax. Rituals for Jupiter would be that wood that they used in the construction of the box that the Ark of the Covenant went in. It's not a Christmas tree. It's a why can't I remember the name? It's obviously getting late. I'm getting tired, and the Mercury retrograde is working against me.
The Yule tree?
Sorry?
Yule tree?
No, I'm thinking about not cypress, man. It's a conifer tree. It's a big tree. It's got a beautiful smell. It's the tree of Jupiter.
Evergreen?
No,
it's a kind of a pine almost.
it starts with they're in Lebanon a lot. The
Cedar.
cedars, yeah.
Cedar. Or Mars. There's various different things you can use for Mars. Tobacco. Venus, rose. Or canvas.
Two dogs.
I like to call it a can of bus. Because it's cannabis, right? So it's like you got it in a can, and it's like a bus. You can ride it. Like, where am I going to take the bus today? It's my can of bus. Cannabis. So you can ride on a can of bus. Cannabis is particularly deconstructing for all of the patterns that we're in. Actually, it's one of the reasons why the those with the nooses around their necks do not want cannabis in circulation. They'd rather everybody was on cocaine. People on cocaine are easy to manipulate. People on cannabis are not easy to control. They're too lethargic. They just don't give a damn. It's like
That's true.
you can't convince him like to buy anything. It's like, nah, buy this. Nah. Go and do that. Nah. Think like this. Nah. Do you know what I mean? So it pretty much it's a powerful ritual to protect you from the propaganda, because you don't really buy into stuff very much with cannabis. With cocaine, it's a whole different story. With other drugs, you can easily get sucked into something.
Franklin, can I ask you a question? Because I don't know much about drugs. Is cannabis an opioid? Oh, what's an opioid? What's the difference?
Opioids are used with cannabis in the Middle East, but go on, Franklin.
No. Please carry on.
Hookah tobacco, they'll often put hashish in there and also mix opium in there in the Middle East. So they are often used together there, but they're very different substances. Cannabis acts on the endocannabinoid system, which regulates our hunger and sleep, and it's not physically addictive. It doesn't cause withdrawal. Opioids, however, they do cause withdrawal, but they're not fatal. So it's different than other drugs.
Opioids pull levers in the brain. So they turn off parts of the brain and they turn on parts of the brain. So it's a proper drug. Coke,
yeah, we have
levers in the brain. It turns on and turns off, but cannabis doesn't turn off or turn on anything. It's actually unique because you've actually got cannabis receptors. You've got THC receptors in your brain because your endocannabinoid system is using these cannabinoids. So you actually have the receptors that these THC molecules actually attach themselves to, and it just literally changes the way your brain works completely, and it acts like a buffer because the endocannabinoid system is the buffering system for the brain between the body and the brain. So you've got your hormonal system, which is your emotional system, and then you've got your neurological system, and then you've got a buffer between the hormonal and the neurological system, which is the endocannabinoid system. So it's fundamental for all learning, for all new ideas being created. This is why cannabis protects you from mind control, because you're hijacking the system that you use to create new ideas, new beliefs. So it's very hard to create new beliefs when you're on cannabis because you just don't really buy into stuff that much. You're too stoned. But it doesn't actually turn levers or activate this part of the brain and switch off that part of the brain. It changes the entirety of the whole sensual system. And cannabis, interestingly enough, was quite well documented in the Shiv Puranas, where Shiva taught Parvati the mysteries of developing photographic memory and superior intellect and the siddhi and the powers, the spiritual powers, and cannabis was used in such a way in ancient times to awaken the deep subconscious currents. So it's very different to any other substance on earth, which is why the Rastafaris jumped on it, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't know that about the opioids and cocaine. That's really interesting. I didn't know that. But go on, Shaman. Thank you for answering my question. You and Indy.
Cannabis has also got CBD. Now, CBD is interesting. But they've taken the CBD out of a lot of the strains. Have you noticed that? Hey?
No, they can do that.
Yeah. Most of the strains we smoke that we get these days don't have much CBD in them. Cheese. Do you like cheese?
Yeah, I like blue cheese.
Cheese
Yeah.
has got a bit of CBD in it.
Is
Cheese
that
has
why
got
I
like
feel
1%
funny
CBD.
when I eat cheddar?
No,
I really
mean,
do.
like,
I feel weird.
do you know what's got a nice amount of CBD in it? The blue cheese has got a fair amount of CBD in it,
I love
like-
that.
as well as the man. I must go open my box and take a look. I've got genetics I've been hanging on to for so long. But
They call it
what's
cheese
my-
'cause it makes you cheese. Like,
cheese is classic, but it's still got the CBD in it. So the CBD acts as like a wonderful buffer for your nervous system. Wonderful buffer.
cheese is
Protects the nervous system.
What does it do to you?
it enhances mood, takes away pain.
It's the nerves and the electrical impulses in the nerves. I think that the CBD prevents excessive electrical stuff moving through the cables of the nerves. Keeps it to like a medium, not too much, not too little, so that the nerves actually get a little bit of a rest. So if one is prone to being overly neurotic, THC can increase that neurosis unless it's CBD.
Wow. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
That's really interesting because even Krishna said put put cannabis under your mat or under your butt when you meditate.
It's called cannabis because it's thought to have come from the dog star. Canna being dog or canine, bi being two, cannabi representing the star Sirius, where the Dogon people said that the Syrian Nomo amphibious humanoids came with cannabis and they brought dolphins with them as well. My interpretation of that is that they were a seafaring people that were most likely marine species of hominids that lived in the ocean for a long time and navigated by the stars. They communicated where their homeland was by the stars as they navigated by the stars for possibly millions of years. And they may be the gods. Those people were said to have come over mankind and become our leaders. Then took brides of ours and things got messy. But it's an interesting story how they came with dolphins and the story of Neptune and Poseidon having domesticated dolphins and horses first. Well, there's nothing about him with cannabis necessarily.
That's interesting.
Yeah. The dog stars is known as Sirius, but they're also known as Canis Major, I believe.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you're right about that.
It's because the two stars kind of circle around each other like two fighting dogs.
And cannabis stops you from being serious.
It does. Takes that serious away.
What do you?
I find it hard to be serious when I'm on cannabis. That's why you can't be mind control. Everything's a bloody laugh. It's the one thing that works.
It's true.
I'm not into drugs. I'm not into alcohol. I'm not into anything. But the one thing that I will say always works is cannabis.
Well,
And
in Africa, they mix it with rat poison. They call it wunga. So you got to be careful about that sometimes with the wunga.
Oh my goodness.
It's supposed to be with HIV medicine, but they just put the rat poison sometimes because they can't find the HIV medicine, which is expensive.
That makes sense. That's interesting. Like, I remember when every time I use cannabis, I always, I tried to use it spiritually. But every time I did, I would get these insights about life that I couldn't get otherwise. I would watch like a movie that's like a brain dead movie, but then I would see what it was trying to tell you. And sometimes it would be negative. Like it would try to tell you something negative, and I'd be like, dang, it's an evil movie. I don't like that movie anymore. And then sometimes it'd be like a good message, like Matrix is a good message. And I like cannabis for that. Also mushrooms. Are they this similar or different? Like mushrooms would give me a weird feeling, but I would always get like hallucinations with mushrooms, and I would see. I don't know. I'd ask questions to myself, like what's love or what's the meaning of life or blah blah blah. And the mushrooms was like take me places. When I would read a book or something, it'd just take me somewhere else. But I'd still be in the room, but I'd be gone. It was interesting.
I think they're very similar, but mushrooms causes nausea feeling, kind of queasiness. Whereas marijuana is the cure for that usually.
Okay.
Has easy feeling in the stomach, good feelings.
Yeah, you're right. That's interesting. But I felt like that queasiness was important with mushrooms because
in the beginning.
Is it important? Because when I was reading it, I took mushrooms like an idiot. Like I fasted and I took mushrooms. Then I started reading about the Aztec ritual of how they use mushrooms and the little astronaut blah blah and how to breathe and what to do with your body. So I started to feel nauseous. But when I was reading it, I was practicing the breathing techniques where it's almost like the breath of fire in India, but you suck in your guts and you make like a little waving motion with your guts. So you're like pushing you're pushing the food up, but it's going up and then coming back down. It was interesting. I did that and I got like super high on the mushrooms or whatever happened to me.
That's cool.
I left the world. And like when I came back, there was a rabbit with pajamas on just followed me around. And I was like, bruh, I'm glad I know I'm on drugs because a lot of people freak out about this stuff and I didn't freak out.
Yes,
I don't understand why people freak out. If they know they took a drug, it's gonna go away eventually. Why freak out?
Sometimes people forget.
They do? That's weird.
Yeah, because other drugs that happen instantly, whereas like mushrooms or something, you have to wait and they'll be like, oh yeah, I forgot I took something.
That's weird.
For a little while, you'll be like, why do I feel weird right now? Sometimes. Depends on how good of a memory you have, I suppose. Sometimes too. But yeah. Mushrooms are interesting. They act in the body a different way. Mushrooms will actually convert to dimethyltryptamine in the body and turn into DMT. And so it creates kind of like a waking dream with the spirit molecule that's used every night when we dream, DMT. But LSD works in a different way where it will resemble serotonin to serotonin receptors and kind of trick the brain that way. So those work two different ways as well. Mushrooms are fabulous. I like to microdose on mushrooms, and they make nature really scintillating and you can kind of feel it breathing and feel like you're like an integral part of it. It's just so it's such a spectacle. It's so splendorful and mesmerizing and beautiful, and it's incredible. So I would recommend anybody that's using mushrooms that's not going outside into nature maybe to give it a try, or just give it a shot sometime if you're interested in checking it out.
You mentioned a very interesting point, nature. That's probably the primal ritual from a shamanic perspective.
Yeah.
Obviously, the sun, I use the sun daily, and the moon when the time's right for the moon.
Mhm.
So, sun gazing and moon gazing, and connecting with the vibrational frequencies of the sun and the moon, and staying between the two frequencies, but going into nature and observing nature, like really, really observing nature and looking for the idiosyncrasies within nature and allowing them to speak to you is a really powerful way to create a synergetic experience with those aspects of the self, the guides, so that they are able to actually break through the layers of our mind and bring the information from the deeper aspects, recess of the subconscious into the conscious awareness, that we're able to connect with otherworldly impulses and channel information from otherworldly sources into this physical sphere in order to be utilized for some practical cause or for the spiritual path in itself.
Absolutely. And when you use these psychedelic compounds for ceremonial use, they're considered entheogenic compounds. Actually, one of the entheogenic compounds is tobacco. And it's used as a snuff in ceremonial use with like a V-shaped utensil that's used. They will blow the tobacco into your nose, and it's called hape, and it's spelled RAPE. But that's a really powerful compound, and it will hurt your sinuses a lot, and you're supposed to just breathe through your mouth and not breathe through your nose or try to blow it out or anything, and just breathe and kind of go through the pain, and the pain subsides and leads to like a really nice endorphin rush of pleasure and peace and tranquility. As you do it, they kind of put Florida water on you and wipe off the bad energy off of your body and your shoulders and such. A very powerful experience.
That sounds really Native American.
Yeah, definitely a Native American thing. South American.
Oh, South Native American.
Yeah.
Okay, that's really cool. I like that. I wanted to bring up something. Oh, okay. Mexico says he doesn't do Christmas. Okay, but but Shaman Franklin, Mexico brought up a good point when he said, or she said, painting the body as a ritual, because in Native American culture we do that too, but I don't know why, because I've never done it. I didn't grow up in that time. So why do you think they do paint the body, or what do you think?
Endorphins. Look, if you sit in Padmasana for a long time, it's going to hurt like hell. And you've got to concentrate, and the pain makes it very hard to concentrate. So if you want your body to become stronger, what do? You load weights onto your arms and you move them, and it becomes really hard and painful to lift those weights. But in the end, your muscles become so strong that you can lift more and more weight to the point that you can lift a lot more. The principles are not different for the mind. So if you can add weight onto your experience to slow down your meditative focus, then you're going to increase the mental power of your will. And that's the magical one.
That makes, but did you? I don't think he answered my question. But
Why they use pain?
Oh, paint.
Oh, I thought you were talking about pain. Paint. That's an interesting question. Well, I mean that's basically alchemy, isn't it? What are the paints made out of? What do they represent? Where are you painting on your body? How is that supposed to affect your consciousness that's aligned with that particular part of the body? What color is it? What are the forms you're painting on? And then they can make the paint become permanent and be taken into the body in the form of tattoos.
That's true. So that's a ritual too, right? Or is
Yeah.
that ceremony? Oh, it's okay.
Very much.
Henna tattoo. It's a temporary tattoo. It's safe for pregnant women, I think. I see a lot of pregnant women use that. And it's pretty cool. It's kind of a safer dyes and stuff. But it's used ceremonially. And I think there's many different uses, but I know it's definitely used for like childbirth and stuff, for pregnancy and things.
Well, we're getting towards the 5 hour and 44 minutes mark. I was hoping to try and do this in 4 hours because it's Christmas, but it's never going to work, is it? Like we can't talk for less than like 6 hours. It seems that's like the shortest that we can do it. So we got the last sort of 15 minutes. I'd love for us to, if we'd each have a go. Either of you, whoever first, whoever feels. What are the last bits that you'd like to add to this conversation? Anything that's been missed, and then we can wrap this up and sign off. And if there's any more questions anybody in the chat would like to ask, now's sort of your chance. And I'll leave the panel floor open to whoever wants to jump on the mic.
Hey, I'd like to address the question and the comments about microdosing, how to go about it. Everybody's got different dosage based on your like body size usually. So if there's like a standard size and you're like half the size of standard, take half of that and act accordingly with those standards. But I would like to cover something that we had missed. I forgot to mention earlier when I was talking about the representation of Ea. I feel like Ea was always represented by the intertwining serpents, as was his nephew, Ningshita, represented by the intertwining serpents around the sacred tree of life. And then also, I feel like Thoth was represented as well as having the intertwining serpents, who was later represented as Hermes. And I feel like there's a connection between Thoth and Ningshita and Enki. As to whether any of them are the same figure, I don't really know to say, but I feel like there's an archetype that was there that was connecting those individuals, and they were all associated with the serpent, which was somewhat demonized by the Christian texts and doctrines. So I feel like they're associated with Lucifer and the idea of sexual liberation and sovereignty, the ability to not have to be subservient to other people and be understanding the laws of nature and take the powers of nature into your own hands instead of following along in a little ways of society that have kind of gone off the path of being integrated with the natural ways of nature. So I feel like the times of being able to break away from industrialized, mechanized society that we've come into is upon us, and it's time to understand the importance of taking the sovereignty back for ourselves for many reasons. But it's a beautiful process to be able to start off by just doing a little farming at home, and eventually maybe you can help share around the community or trade goods and maybe establish a agroeconomy barter trade society. It doesn't have to be huge. Just trade a couple of things with your friends and your family and your community when you got them, if you got things to share, and it's a fun thing to do.
Well said, Andy. Well said. For me, I would like to just mention that for me, I believe that ritual is a part of discipline, very much so. And ritual is also a part of what do you call it, self-discovery, because a lot of us may forget that we all have a choice on what ritual we want to enact or incorporate in our lives. That goes along with the rituals and tradition and the rituals and culture and the rituals in your country, you know. Um, and I would say that um, the easiest way to find out who you are is to stop being what you want. And stop being what you want, you actually kind of have to be what people want you to be, to serve. And once you do that, you'll realize you don't like it. Then you move on to your own idea of what you want to be. You mold yourself with your own discipline, your own rituals, your own importances in your life, and find a balance with that. Try to go against the grain. Plato said that if everybody in the world was going left, go right. And to be honest, it's kind of bad advice. But in the spiritual sense of it, it's good advice because you're going to find yourself. You're going to not follow the crowd and, find your own rituals and be your own person. It's the main thing.
Well, you guys have said it so well. You guys have already dropped the bomb on it, proverbially. And gotta be careful what I say on this YouTube machine. Next thing we're like accused of like God knows what.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that really summarizes it quite beautifully. It can almost be anything we want it to be, as long as we follow the rules. It's like music. You can do whatever you want as long as you follow the rules. It's got to sound pleasing to the muses. It's got to follow the rules of the principles of Hermes, or the chakras, or the Sephirot, however you want to encode those rules. It's the same set of rules wherever you go. And most important thing, I think, is to just make sure that you're not being ritualized. Hollywood, that Holly wand that hypnotizes the brain with Hollywood. When you watch something that's Hollywood oriented or any kind of media, just become super resilient in the brain to observe what they're trying to tell you. That way, you're less likely to be programmed. We're more likely to be free from the impulses that are being inducted into our psyche. So yeah, thank you guys for an absolutely lovely discussion. Thank you for all of you in the chat. It's been absolutely awesome discussion. It's been awesome having you guys here.
It's been very awesome as well. And I also wanted to add something.
Oh, sorry.
I was still here.
I'm falling asleep.
Yeah, I know. I see you falling asleep. It's okay. It's late for you. You're an hour further away from me. But what I wanted to respond to the part that Kentavius spoke of when he was referring to poet. And I also wrote it in the chat. I said that a poet always uses imagery to make their point. That's why you can never take a text that a poet writes literally. You have to try and see things the way that the poet writes it.
Absolutely. Sounds like a true poet speaking.
Well, I'm a poet myself, so I know.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Soraya. That's beautifully said, and exactly what I learned from reading old myths. They're always poetic and
Yes, exactly. Poetry is their base.
yeah, and
basically.
people take it literally and miss the whole point, and they don't see.
Exactly.
They
That's
don't
why
see
you
it.
have to read the Bible differently as
Yeah.
the words that are
Yeah.
spoken, because it is a different time when it was written.
Mm-hmm.
And the words usually mean something else. That's what they do today.
Yep, absolutely right. And you're also an artist. You did do. Uh, Soraya drew something that she thought was like mediocre, and when she sent it to me, I was like, "All right, this is gonna be bad." And bro, I was laughing because it looked so good. Like she undersold it, and it was amazing. So yeah, I would like to see some poetry of yours someday too. So thank you for the insight. I appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. Anytime.
Do you want to read us a poem as a on our way out?
Please.
Sure. Then I'm gonna
If
have
you've got
to.
something handy.
Well, it would be easier for me to just go to my. Wait a second.
I've read quite a lot of your really lovely writing the last. You've been writing quite a lot lately, haven't you? Been cranking out a lot of it.
Well, I've always been writing a lot because if I have a whole book full of poetry, but I also have a channel full of poetry.
Yeah. Tell the good people your channel. I normally know the name, but I can't think now.
Infinite Words of Love. It has poetry, text that I translate from Dutch to English. It has other posts on it as well that I share from others, but that I feel myself, that I can correspond to. And I even have opened a few months ago a channel with just poems that I've written as a backup, so that if someone doesn't want to go through every post, they can just go to that other channel and then just pick out a poem that they want to reread. And that channel is called Infinite Words of Love Library.
I'd suggest those of you that are with us, or those of you that will be watching this as a recorded session, go and check it out. You'll find it's very inspiring. It's very uplifting and thought inspiring too.
I also have
Awaken different aspects
I
of the
also
mind.
have two other channels. Those are they have different content, but also some of the same. But you will find them on my main channel, Infinite Words of Love, because I share from that channel too. On that channel, I share from my other channels as well.
Are you going to read something for us, dear?
Yeah, I'm gonna search. Yes, I'm gonna go for my last one from December 11th. Strength. Strong is the mind that I was given, and strong is the faith that I have been given, which lives in me. My weakness I turn into strength, and if needed, I'll stretch its length by my faith and my strong faith alone. Ready to step out of my comfort zone. I fend for myself if required. I defend myself if desired. I know no fear within my heart. From my faith I'll never part. A warrior soul I have in me, a leader of the pack mentality. I follow zero except for God, who stands by me. If you believe in God like me, without a religion that's attached to me, I salute you as we can in each other see. Our strength is given by God Almighty. All who attack and dare to ridicule are no more than merely a molecule. one that can't see strings are attached, as if it were by evil hatched. Moving on is what I now do. Your evil words fail to come through. How you've conducted yourself to me shows me more than I was willing to see. You may keep your delusion, I see through your illusion.
That's beautiful, dear.
Wow, that was really
I
beautiful.
like that too. Yeah. Thank you, Soraya.
You're welcome.
It's really beautiful.
You know, when she was reading that, it reminded me of the Quran, because when you read the Quran, it flows like that, like a poem. Everything sounds the same. Every word sounds like the word before it. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody, our audience, and especially Franklin for holding the space for us and this lovely discussions, and Quinty, and everybody that was on the show today. Khalil was here for a little while, and I don't know if Mr. Grown ever made it in, but thanks for being in the chat for a little while.
Yeah,
And
unfortunately, I missed them.
Soraya, thank you so much for being here today. Many thanks. And Om Shanti, blessed be
You're welcome.
to everyone.
Thank you all for joining
you all.
us.
Thank you, Indy.
Thank you, Quinty. Thank you,
Okay.
Indy. Thank you, Soraya. And to Moonfeather who popped in to the chat. She was maybe going to join us, but I think, things came up at home. She was busy. And it's obviously Christmas coming up. Kids, she has a hands full. Ronan was maybe going to pop in, but it's a challenging time for people. But
Couldn't
thank you
make
guys
it.
for being here. I think
Couldn't
it's
make
been a
it.
great discussion.
Everybody has been busy.
Yeah, I'm that's why I'm falling asleep. My days start at 5. So this morning I did a 5-hour session with my
9 at
boy.
9. That's a little
Yeah.
more better.
Big difference.
So we were together doing our thing until about 10.
That's-
So it's like holiday. He gets more of daddy's time for the morning. Normally it's like 3 hours in the morning, 2.5, 3 hours. This morning was 5 hours. Yesterday was 4.5 hours. Tomorrow will be 6 hours, I'm guessing. Starting at 5.
Oh, he's
I say
important
tomorrow, I
too.
mean today. Do I mean today? Yes, I mean today. So in about 4
Yeah,
hours and 15
today for
minutes, it
you.
starts again.
It's 8 minutes past 12 here. There for you.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you all in the chat. You guys have been great. Thank you guys. Thank everybody for being a part of this roundtable. Have an absolutely gorgeous evening. We went over the 6-hour mark, which is expected, I suppose. Have an absolutely great Christmas, an awesome New Year, and keep it sweet, keep it happy, keep it smiling, and don't let those rituals get you. They're like thorns in the butt.
Absolutely not.
Om Shanti.
Bye.
Bye bye, everybody.